Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my live. Kumusta po kayo? Dito sa amin maulan. Good afternoon, Amber Cabanilla. Hello. Kumusta po sa inyo? Salamat po sa pagdalaw. Maulan po dito sa amin, kumukulog-kulog pa. Kung naririnig po ninyo yung kulog, ayan, ang lakas ng kulog. Salamat po sa pagdalaw. Good afternoon. Amber. Narinig po ninyo yung kulog. Ang lakas ho pag kumulog dito sa amin ano po yung pangalan niyo? Elegizem English. Teka muna, medyo ang lakas po ng kulog dito sa amin pagka kumulog akala mo nasa tabi na kayo ng yung ibig sabihin nandyan lang sa kalsada yung kulog. Salamat po sa pagdalaw. Ala. Kendricks. Carlo Vito. Thank you po, Kendricks. Kaya po malakas ang kulog dito sa amin kasi medyo elevated ang lugar namin. Medyo sa mataas na lugar. Kaya kanina po yun. Salamat sa pagdalaw. Taga saan po ba kayo? Ano ba English? Ano ba yun? Teka lang. Illegalism. Taga saan po kayo? Illegalism. Wala pa palang channel. Tapos si Carl po. Saan po kayo, Carl? Ako po ay nasa Rizal Province. Salamat sa pagdalaw. Carlo Vito Cruz. Salamat po. Thank you. Amber, hindi naman po. Simple lang. Thank you po for joining us. Grabe po ang kulog. Parang ay sa Binangonan ka. Dito lang po ako sa dito lang kami sa kabila. Dito po ako sa Montalban. Kaya pag kumukulog ho dito sa amin ganyan, parang ingay ng tren. Sa Binangonan. Magka-probinsya tayo. Kaya lang siyempre yung mga bayan-bayan medyo iba. Kendrex po yung ano ninyo nickname. Binangonan. Malapit lang naman yun dito Sasakay lang kami ng papuntang Marikina. Then pagdating ng papunta na ng Binangonan. Parang ano yung grabe. Good afternoon po, Binangonan. Amber, hindi po simple lang. Salamat po sa pagtamsak. Ayan, nawala na rin yung kulog. Nawala na rin yung kulog. Carlo Vito Cruz, 1967. Good afternoon po sa dumaan. Good afternoon po sa nakatambay. Thank you po sa pagdaan. Salamat. Balikan ko po kayo mamaya. Pagka Thank you po sa pagdaan. Kumusta po kayo? Dito po sa amin medyo umuulan. Umuulan at kumukulog-kulog. Medyo tumigil na po yung kulog. Makulimlim na lang. Tumila pa rin yung tumila yung yung ulan. Ayan. Mula na ho. After kumulog-kulog, bagsak na naman yung ulan. Salamat po sa pagdalaw. Hello everyone, good afternoon. Ay. Magandang hapon po sa sa dumaan. Salamat po, Amber. Good afternoon po sa dumaan. Magandang hapon po sa inyo. Maulan na araw at kumukulog-kulog pa po. Kaya ayun, magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. Ayan, magandang hapon po sa mga dumadaan. Salamat po sa pagdaan ninyo. Pwede pong mag-request ng magparamdam para po mabalikan ko po kayo. Salamat po. Ayan po, kumukulog na. Sabay na yung excuse me. Sabay na yung ulan at saka kulog. Parang parang naghahabulan sila sa taas. Kaya yung pag hindi ka sanay sa ganitong yung ganitong sound tuwing umuulan, yung mga aso natatakot. Nung una, yung mga aso ko pagka ganyan kumukulog, sila nagpapanik. Pero ngayon, nasanay na sila. Hindi na sila kumikibo. Ayan, tahimik sila walang aso. Walang sound yung aso. Andun lang sila sa gilid. Kaya lang sila. Nagtatago pa rin sa inaakala nilang safe. Nandun sila sa gilid lang ng kulungan. Good afternoon po sa dumaan. Maraming salamat po sa pagdaan ninyo. Ayan, grabe ang kulog talaga. Para siyang ano po ba yung tunog na ganyan? Dito sa ayan, grabe. Para silang yung paputok na na mahaba. Ganon sila. Maraming salamat po sa pagdaan sa live ko. Salamat po sa support. Then, pwede po mag-request, magbakas po kayo para mabalikan ko po kayo. Kasi pagka wala pong bakas, hindi ko po alam ang ninyo, hindi ko po makikita. Kaya salamat po sa mga dumalaw. Thank you po. Salamat po sa sa support. Ayan, ang lakas. Grabe. Parang nakakabingi Salamat po sa salamat po sa nakatambay. Thank you po. Maulan na kumukulog po dito sa amin. Parang delay ho ako. Sir Carlo, andun pa ba kayo? Good afternoon po sa pagbisita. Salamat po sa pagbisita. Magandang hapon po. Thank you po. Ano lang. Ganyan po yung ganyan ang dito sa amin. Kulog. Ayan. Salamat po sa pagdalaw. Salamat po sa pagdalaw. Salamat po sa tamsak. Good afternoon po. Maulan at kumukulog na hapon sa inyong lahat. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Maulan na umaga. Ayan, bumagsak na ang ulan. Grabe na po ang ulan. Ayan. Para tayong nagre-record ng ano, grabe. Grabe po yung kulog. Ang lakas. Ang lakas-lakas talaga. Tahimik ko kasi dito sa amin, kaya ganun ang sound. Salamat po, Carlo Vito Cruz. May channel po kayo. Pag maulan nga ho, talagang ganon. Tawag doon, mahina ang internet, nagluloko. Salamat po sa pagdalaw. Sige. Anyway, salamat po sa pagdalaw. Yan, bumagsak na po yung ulan. Ano na siya? Ang lalaki ng patak. Ayan. Grabe, oh. Pero may part po ako na, may part ako ng langit na nakikita. Maliwanag siya. Kaya siguro yung ulan, hindi siya masyado tatagal. Ay, kakusog. Oo, sino tabi ni Vilash. Taga saan katabi, Vilas? Kakusog tisan oran amo nga ni. Taga ding katabi. Taga ding katabi, Ma'am Vilas. May kulog na. Nandito po ako sa Rizal. Ayan, grabe ang kulog. Naririnig po ba ninyo yun? Yung sabog. Grabe ang Sa inyo po, maulan ho ba? Mga kakusog san oran. Taga diing katabi. Vilash. Ayan. Salamat sa pagdalaw. Good afternoon. Magandang hapon po. Salamat sa pagdalaw. Aljon Sardinas. Hello po, Aljon. Good afternoon sa iyo. Sandimas. Hi po. Aljon Sandimas. Good afternoon, Aljon. Thank you po. Good afternoon po. Good afternoon po sa dumaan. Medyo kalmado na. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon.
Please hit subscribe and turn on the notification bell so you never miss our channel's new updated. He tried to shake it off. He had done what was expected of him, right? He had followed the path set before him, and everything was falling into place. Or so he thought. Emma, standing at his side, was glowing, her smile radiant as she waited for him to kiss her. Yet, Liam felt a strange distance from her, as if he were standing on the edge of something, staring into an abyss he wasn't ready to face. Liam, Emma said softly, her voice a gentle reminder of the moment they were supposed to share. She smiled again, but this time there was a hint of uncertainty in her eyes. What's wrong? Liam's gaze drifted again, back across the room, to the woman who had unknowingly captured his attention. She was standing by the large windows, the soft lighting casting a halo around her, almost as if she were not supposed to be in this world of wealth and influence. She looked like she belonged to another life, a life far simpler, far more real. Liam wasn't sure what it was, but something about her pulled at him. He had always been used to controlling every situation, to maintaining the upper hand in every relationship, but this felt different. The woman wasn't playing a game. She wasn't looking for anything from him, and that made her seem even more intriguing. Her presence was subtle, almost like a whisper that grew louder the more he tried to ignore it. Liam swallowed hard and forced his attention back to Emma. He could feel her warmth beside him, but it didn't feel the same. His thoughts were all over the place, tangled in a knot of confusion and longing that he didn't know how to untangle. Nothing's wrong, Liam said, offering a half smile, trying to hide the turmoil brewing inside. I'm just tired, I guess. Emma nodded, accepting his answer, though Liam could tell she wasn't fully convinced. She had always been perceptive, and she knew when something was off with him. She leaned closer, her voice soft and full of warmth. We've been through a lot, Liam. It's okay if you need a break. But I'm here, okay? Her words should have comforted him. She was the woman he was supposed to marry, the woman who had been by his side through thick and thin. Yet, even as she spoke, his thoughts were elsewhere, drawn once again to the woman across the room. The sound of laughter and chatter seemed to fade into the background as Liam took a step back,
Hello,
giving
good
himself a moment to
afternoon.
breathe. Emma's hand reached for his, but he hesitated for just a fraction of a second before taking it. The
Salamat
moment was
po sa
fleeting, but the sense of disconnect was
pagbisita.
real. He wasn't sure why, but everything felt different now. He had thought he knew
Thank
exactly
you.
what his life was going to look like. A successful career, a beautiful fiancée,
Hello,
a perfect wife.
everybody.
But now, standing there, staring across the room, he realized he didn't know anything at all. He had been so focused on the future, on the success that awaited him, that he had neglected to ask himself the most important question. What did he truly want? He didn't know what it was about the woman standing by the window, but she had a kind of quiet strength that drew him in. It wasn't just physical attraction. It was something deeper, something that resonated with him on a level he couldn't explain. As if she was the missing piece of the puzzle he didn't know he had been searching for. Liam, Emma said again, her voice breaking through his thoughts. Are you sure you're okay? Liam looked at her, and for a moment, he wondered if she could read the
Good
confusion in his
afternoon
eyes.
po.
She was waiting for him to respond, to reassure her that everything was fine, but the words wouldn't come. Instead, he smiled faintly, nodding. I'm fine. He lied, though even to his own ears, the words felt hollow. The music played softly in the background,
Salamat po
but
sa
it was as if he could no
pagbisita.
longer hear it. He couldn't hear anything except the racing of his own heart, the growing pull he felt toward the woman who was still standing across the room, unaware of the effect she had on him. Liam squeezed Emma's hand, trying to focus, to force himself back into the present, but his mind kept drifting. The tension between what was expected of him and what he truly felt was beginning to suffocate him. He needed air. He needed clarity. He excused himself from Emma, telling her he was going to grab a drink. He wasn't sure if she bought it, but she didn't question him. With a polite smile, she let him go. As Liam moved through the crowd, the noise of the gala grew quieter, and his focus sharpened. He couldn't stop thinking about the woman by the windows. He wasn't sure what would happen if he approached her, but he knew one thing for sure. Nothing would ever be the same again. The noise of the gala seemed to fade as Liam made his way across the room, his heart racing with every step. He could feel the weight of the decision pressing on him. He had just walked away from Emma, his fiancée, for the second time that night, and this time, he didn't know if he could go back. The woman by the windows was still there, standing alone, as if the world around her didn't matter. She wasn't dressed in the glamorous attire most of the guests wore. Instead, she had on a simple, elegant dress that seemed to make her stand out even more. Her eyes were focused on the crowd, but Liam could tell she wasn't really seeing any of them. It was as if she was lost in thought, unaware of the effect she was having on him. His feet carried him closer, and as he approached, he could feel the tension building inside him. He wasn't sure what he was expecting, but in that moment, he knew one thing for certain. This was a moment that would change everything. She looked up just as he reached her side, her expression unreadable, but there was something in her gaze that made him stop. She didn't smile, didn't acknowledge him with a polite greeting like most people did. Instead, she simply raised an eyebrow, as if surprised that he had come over at all. "I wasn't expecting you," she said softly, her voice low but steady. Liam blinked, taken aback by her calmness. He was used to being the one who commanded attention, the one who could control a room. But here, in front of this woman, he felt strangely powerless. He opened his mouth to speak, but the words didn't come out. He had never been one for small talk, and this situation certainly didn't call for it. Instead, he just stood there for a moment, unsure of what to say or do. Finally, he found his voice. "I couldn't stop looking at you," he admitted, the words tumbling out before he could stop them. The woman didn't
Good
flinch,
afternoon
didn't pull
po.
away.
Salamat sa
Instead, she simply nodded as if
pagdalaw.
she had expected him to say something like that. "I noticed,"
Maulan
she
na
said. Her
hapon.
gaze softened for just a moment, but then she turned
Maraming
away,
salamat
looking
po.
out over the crowd once more. "Why did you come over here?" she asked, her voice quiet but full of curiosity. Liam's mind raced, but his answer came from somewhere deep within him. "Because I couldn't ignore what I was feeling. I don't know what it is, but I can't just pretend anymore." He could hear the vulnerability in his own voice, and it made him uncomfortable. He had never been vulnerable before, never had the need to be. But with her, it was different. She didn't make him feel weak or unsure. Instead, she made him feel like he could finally be himself, without the masks and the expectations that had always defined him. The woman looked at him again, her eyes studying him in a way that made him feel exposed. She seemed to be weighing something, deciding whether or not to say something more. For a long moment, there was silence between them, and it was in that silence that Liam realized just how much he wanted this, wanted her. Finally, she spoke again, her voice quieter now, almost as if she were speaking to herself. "You know, you don't have to do this. You don't have to be here with me." Her words hit him harder than he expected, and for a moment, he felt like he had just been slapped. He opened his mouth to protest, but she held up a hand, silencing him. "I don't need you to make a decision right now," she said, her voice firm but gentle. "You have a life, a future that's already planned out for you. You don't need to mess it all up for me." Liam stood frozen, her words echoing in his mind. It was true, wasn't it? He had everything he was supposed to want. The perfect fiancé, the perfect future, the perfect life. But as he stood there, looking into her eyes, he realized that none of it felt real. It was all a carefully constructed illusion, a life he had been living because it was expected of him, not because it was what he truly wanted. The woman in front of him was real, her presence undeniable. And in
Hello.
that moment, Liam
Good
felt as though he had
afternoon
found
po.
something worth fighting for. "I don't want
Salamat
that
sa
life anymore,"
pagdalaw.
he said softly, the words slipping out before he could stop them. The woman's eyes
Salamat po
widened
sa
slightly,
pagdala.
a
Pwede
flicker
po
of
kayo
surprise crossing her face.
magbakas
But
para
then it was
mabalikan
gone,
ko po
replaced
kayo.
by something else. Something
Salamat
more
po.
vulnerable. She took a step back, her gaze flicking away, and Liam felt a pang of regret, as if he had said too much too soon. What are you saying? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. He didn't know how to answer, but all he could think about was how he felt in that moment, how everything seemed to make sense when he was near her. I'm saying that I don't know what's going to happen next, but I can't walk away from this. I can't walk away from you, Liam said, his heart pounding in his chest. He wasn't sure if she would turn away from him, if she would laugh at him, or if she would feel the same way. But in that moment, he knew he had to say it, to at
Good
least try.
afternoon po.
The woman didn't
Salamat
say
sa
anything at first.
pagdalaw.
She just stood there, her eyes locked
Thank
on
you.
his, and Liam could feel the tension in the air between them. Then, slowly, she smiled. It wasn't a big smile, not a grin, but a small, knowing smile that made his heart skip a beat. I thought you might say that, she said softly. But you should know. I'm not the answer to your problems. I'm not the one who's going to fix your life. You have to figure that out on your own. Liam nodded, his chest tight with emotion. He knew she was right. This wasn't about her. This was about him, about finding the courage to make a choice that would change everything. The night was far from over, and Liam had no idea what the next step would be. But one thing was clear. The woman standing before him had awakened something inside him that he couldn't ignore, and he wasn't going to walk away from it. Not this time. The air between them felt charged, as if the entire gala had faded into a distant hum, while Liam stood facing the woman who had shaken the ground beneath his feet. Her small smile lingered, gentle but cautious, reminding him that this moment was not a fairy tale, but a turning point he could no longer ignore. Liam took a slow breath, trying to gather the courage to speak again. But before he could say anything, she glanced over his shoulder, and her expression shifted. He turned to see Emma moving through the crowd toward them, her eyes scanning the room with growing worry. You should go, the woman whispered, her voice steady but her gaze full of something he could not quite name. She is looking for you. Liam felt a twist in his chest. The last thing he wanted was to hurt Emma. She had been a part of his life for years, a comforting presence he had always thought he needed. But now, he realized that comfort was not the same thing as love, and pretending otherwise would only cause more harm. Still, he could not just walk away, not without a word. Wait for me, he said softly.
Thank
The
you
woman looked at
po.
him, as if unsure whether to believe him or not. I cannot promise I will still be here, she replied quietly. People like me do not stay long in places like this. Liam opened his mouth to protest, but Emma's voice cut through the air. Liam, she called, her heels tapping sharply against the polished floor as she approached. The woman stepped back, positioning herself slightly behind a pillar as if trying to disappear from view. Liam turned to face Emma, guilt tugging at his conscience. Her eyes searched his face, filled with confusion. Where did you go? You just walked off without saying anything. Liam forced a smile that felt painfully strained. I just needed a moment, he said, his voice low. Everything tonight has been a lot. Emma reached for his hand, her grip tighter than before, as if she feared he might slip away again. We can leave if you want, she offered softly. We do not have to stay until the end. Her kindness made his stomach tighten. She deserved honesty, not half-truths wrapped in politeness. But he was not ready to tell her the truth. Not yet. He needed to understand it himself first. Let us stay a little longer, he said, glancing subtly over Emma's shoulder. The woman by the windows was gone.
Good afternoon po. Salamat sa pagdalaw. Thank you. Good afternoon po. Salamat sa pagdalaw. Salamat sa pagdalaw. Thank you.
New here? Get 50% off and free delivery. Sa gitna ng ilaw, yakapin ang walang katapusang karagalan. My baby died because of my husband.
There, good girl, Hannah. Not fussy at all.
He didn't want our child. And now, he's...
I love the chase. I set the pace when I'm running. I always take what I want, and I always give it 100. Don't need a bank.
Anthony, my stomach hurts so much. Please give me money back. I need to sleep like this. Where's Matt?
And tell them now, are you? Well, since you insist on having that bastard, you're on your own now.
Telling us which city you're watching from.
Good
At the end,
afternoon
don't forget
po.
to rate this story from 0 to 10. Enjoy the story. Oliver Wright adjusted the wheelchair he had borrowed for the third time that morning. He let out a deep breath, looking at his distorted reflection in the cafe window. A millionaire CEO pretending to be poor and paralyzed for a blind date. If anyone on the board found out, they would think he had lost his mind. But Oliver was tired. Tired of calculated smiles, of women who memorized the value of his company's stocks before memorizing his name. Tired of being seen as a walking wallet wearing an Italian suit. This time it would be different, or disastrous. Probably both. He positioned himself at the back table near the window, exactly as arranged. The cafe was moderately busy. Oliver tapped his fingers on the wooden table, feeling his stomach twist with nerves. The cafe door swung open, making the little bell ring frantically. Luna Hayes walked in like a burst of energy, her brown hair slightly messy, her bag hanging unevenly on her shoulder. She stopped for a second, her eyes scanning the place with urgency. She was late. Very late. Back table, she murmured to herself, remembering her friend's instructions. He'll be at the back table. Her eyes found Oliver, alone at the last table near the window. There? That was him. Luna crossed the cafe in quick steps, her expression shifting into a wide smile. She pulled out the chair without hesitation and sat down, dropping her bag on the floor with a dramatic sigh. Sorry I'm late, Luna began, running her hands through her hair in an impossible attempt to fix it. You won't believe the morning I had. First, my sister decided today was the perfect day to try making pancakes by herself. Pancakes. The kitchen turned into a war zone. There was flour even on the ceiling, I swear. Then, when I finally managed to leave the house, the bus simply didn't show up. It just disappeared. I waited 20 minutes until I realized the bus company had a holiday today. Who gives a holiday in a bus company? People always need transportation. Oliver blinked, trying to keep up with the whirlwind of words. He opened his mouth to introduce himself, but Luna was already continuing. So I took a cab, but the driver was convinced he knew a shortcut. A shortcut. We went around the whole city. I ended up paying double and still arrived late. She finally paused, took a deep breath, and extended her hand. But I'm here now, ready to talk about this extra weekend job. Job? Oliver frowned slightly but shook her hand. Luna's palm was warm, her grip firm and sincere.
Narinig mo ba? Nagkaroon ulit ng baccarat tournament yung Casino Plus. Mas malaki yung prize pool nila last time. 100 million.
Oo, nakita ko yun. Sobrang solid kasi covered na pati hotel at airfare. Pag sumali ka sa competition.
Ang hirap siguro makapasok sa ganun, no?
Actually, hindi naman. Kasi may monthly competition din. May daily, may weekly, may monthly prizes. Weekly champion lang, 300,000 na agad. Yung monthly, mga 600,000, 5 million, depende sa laro mo.
Grabe, so, magkano yung grand prize?
Championship, 30 million.
Astig, ha? Last time nanalo ka ng 50,000 pesos. This time, anong target mo?
Basta, start sa September 1, try ko lang ulit. Ang goal ko, malaban ng personal. 100 million prize pool to. Daming chances manalo.
He tried. You seem like a good person. Luna interrupted again, leaning forward with her elbows on the table. You know, my friend said you were reliable, but we never know, right? The other day she recommended a waitress job for me at a wedding, and when I got there, I realized it was actually for me to serve food dressed as a flamingo. A flamingo? Who thinks of these things? Oliver felt his lips turn into an involuntary smile. There was something absolutely magnetic about that woman. The way her hands moved animatedly while she spoke. The way her eyes lit up with every absurd story. That sounds interesting, he managed to say, when Luna paused to drink a sip of water from the glass the waiter had brought. Interesting is a polite way to say strange, Luna laughed, and the sound filled something inside Oliver's chest he didn't even know was empty. But what can we do, right? Work is work. Speaking of that, this job you have for me, it's something normal, right? No animal costumes or juggling performances? No costumes, Oliver replied, already caught up in the misunderstanding without realizing it. He assumed she was nervous, testing him. Maybe that was just how she handled blind dates. He found it charming. Great, because my coordination is terrible. The other day I dropped 3 plates at the restaurant. 3 at the same time. My boss almost had a heart attack. Luna laughed at herself, shaking her head. But hey, at least I can do the basics well. I'm punctual, except today, but you saw the reasons. I'm responsible, and I learned
Good afternoon
fast.
po.
Oliver was completely fascinated. It had been years since someone talked to him like that. With no hidden motives, no calculating looks measuring the value of his watch. Luna talked to him as if he were a normal person. What do you do for work? He asked, genuinely interested. I work at anything that comes my way, Luna said naturally. Morning and night at the restaurant, and on weekends I do some extra jobs. I have to keep the bills paid, you know? My younger sister is in school, and I promised my mother before she died that I would do everything so that girl could have a better life than ours. The sudden vulnerability in Luna's voice made Oliver's heart tighten. He knew corporate ambition, he knew business strategy, but that strength, that raw, honest determination, was something completely different. That is admirable, Oliver said softly. It is survival, Luna shrugged, but her smile was genuine. The minutes passed like seconds. They talked about everything and nothing. Luna told hilarious stories from the restaurant, and Oliver laughed in a way he had not laughed in years. For a moment, he forgot about the wheelchair, forgot about the lie, forgot who he truly was. Until the cafe door opened again. A tall woman, perfectly dressed, walked in with the look of someone searching for someone. Her eyes found Oliver, then Luna, and her expression closed instantly. Oliver, right? She asked, her cold voice moving straight toward the table. Oliver's blood froze. Luna blinked, confused, looking between the two. Right? I thought you were... Who is this woman at my table? The newcomer demanded, arms crossed. Realization hit Luna like a bucket of cold water. Wrong table. Wrong man. She had sat at the wrong table. Oh my goodness. Luna stood up quickly, her face burning. I thought you... Oliver understood everything in that moment, too. Luna was not his blind date. She had mixed up the tables, and he had mixed up everything, too. The whole cafe seemed to have stopped to watch, and somehow Oliver could not stop looking at Luna, even with his real date standing beside them, waiting for an explanation. The silence in the cafe was so heavy that Luna could hear the faint buzz of the coffee machine in the back. Every pair of eyes was fixed on the table in the corner, where the most awkward triangle in the history of blind dates had formed. The woman with high heels and perfect posture looked Luna up and down with an expression that mixed indignation and superiority. Really? You came here to try to steal my date? What kind of person does that? Luna felt her face heat up, but not from embarrassment. It was pure irritation. She had made an honest mistake, and that woman was acting as if she had planned some kind of elaborate scheme. Steal? Luna repeated, placing her hands on her hips. Ma'am, if I wanted to steal anything, it definitely would not be a blind date in a cafe with weak Wi-Fi and reheated coffee. I mixed up the tables, all right? It happens. Relax, your Prince Charming is still available. Some customers laughed quietly. The woman turned red. You are extremely rude. Oliver, are you going to let this intruder talk to me like that? Oliver looked between the two women, completely lost about what to do. Part of him knew he should apologize and try to save the planned date, but the other part, the bigger, more honest part, could not stop admiring the way Luna defended herself with humor and dignity. An intruder? Luna let out an incredulous laugh. Look, I understand that you are upset, but you do not have to treat me as if I broke into the White House. It was a misunderstanding. I came here for a work meeting, saw a man alone at the back table, and assumed he was the person I was looking for. That is all. No conspiracy, no hidden intention. Just a tired woman who mixed up a table. Work meeting? The woman narrowed her eyes. You expect me to believe that? Frankly, I do not care if you believe it or not. Luna picked up her bag from the floor with a firm movement. But let me give you some free advice. If you keep treating people this way, you will end up with many canceled dates. Good luck with your life, ma'am. You will need it. Luna turned to Oliver, and for a moment their eyes met. There was something there. A strange connection. An unexplained chemistry that had appeared during those minutes of confused conversation. It was a pleasure meeting you, even by mistake, Luna said with a genuine smile. Sorry for the confusion. She began to walk away, but Oliver found himself doing something completely impulsive. Wait, he called, pushing the wheelchair toward her. Luna stopped, surprised. The other woman stood speechless. Oliver, what are you doing? But Oliver was no longer listening. For the first time in years, he was doing something he truly wanted, not something he was supposed to do. You're right, he said to the woman from the date, keeping his tone polite but firm. There was a misunderstanding, and I would rather keep talking to Luna if she doesn't mind. The whole cafe let out a collective gasp. Someone even applauded. The woman grabbed her purse in a sharp, offended motion, her face red with indignation. This is ridiculous. I am, Oliver replied simply. She walked out with heavy steps, slamming the door behind her. The little bell jingled in a way that was almost comical. Luna looked at Oliver.
Good morning, guys. Good afternoon. Good evening. Welcome back.
Si Bunso, late na lang po niya. Kailangan sa school eh.
The woman grabbed her purse in a sharp, offended motion, her face red with indignation. This is ridiculous. You're choosing that strange girl instead of me? I am, Oliver replied simply. She walked out with heavy steps, slamming the door behind her. The little bell jingled in a way that was almost comical. Luna looked at Oliver, a mix of surprise and amusement on her face. You just sent your date away because of me? Wow, I hope you don't regret that when you find out I'm really a walking disaster. Oliver laughed. I think I'll take the risk. Want to go to that park nearby? Away from all the curious eyes? Luna glanced around the cafe, where almost all the customers were still staring at them with interest. Good idea. Let's go before someone takes a picture and this turns into a meme. A few minutes later, they were sitting on a bench in the nearby park. It was a simple place, with old trees offering generous shade and children running after pigeons. Oliver had positioned a wheelchair next to the bench where Luna sat. So, Luna began, looking at him with genuine curiosity. Tell me something. Why would someone like you go on a blind date? You seem, I don't know, polite, interesting. Surely you don't need help meeting people. Oliver felt the weight of the lie on his shoulders. Sometimes it's hard to meet real people. People who see you for who you are, not for other things. I get it, Luna nodded thoughtfully. It's like when people find out you've got some money saved and suddenly everyone wants to be your best friend. Oliver almost laughed at the irony. If only she knew. Something like that. And you? What's your story? Luna sighed, stretching her legs out. My story is simple and complicated at the same time. I work mornings at La Bella Restaurant, and I take the afternoon shift too when they need me. And on weekends, I take any job I can find. Serving at events, delivering orders. One time I even worked as a clown at a kid's party. Don't ask, it was traumatic for everyone involved. Oliver laughed, imagining the scene. I support my younger sister, Mia. She's 15, and the reason I do all of this. Our mom passed away 3 years ago, and before she left, she made me promise I would take care of Mia. Give her the chances we never had. So that's what I do. I work until I drop, save every penny, and make sure that girl has everything she needs. Her voice was firm, but Oliver could hear the exhaustion beneath the determination. That's amazing, he said sincerely. You must be exhausted all the time. Oh, exhausted is my natural state now, Luna joked. But it's worth it. Mia is smart, funny, and has a bright future ahead. I just need to make sure she gets there. And your dreams? Oliver asked. What do you want for yourself? Luna stayed silent for a moment, watching the children in the park. Honestly, right now my dream is paying the rent on time, and maybe someday having a day off where I can sleep in without feeling guilty. Big dreams can wait. First, I need to secure the basics. Oliver felt his chest tighten. This woman worked nonstop, sacrificed everything for someone she loved, and still kept her humor and lightness. It was something he rarely saw in his world of executives and board meetings. You're amazing, Luna, he said softly. Luna looked at him, surprised, then smiled. You're not bad either, mysterious guy who hasn't really told me what he does for a living. I work with technology, Oliver answered, which wasn't exactly a lie. Nothing too exciting. Everyone says that until I find out they program space rockets or something. Luna joked. They talked for more than an hour, losing track of time. Oliver couldn't remember the last time he had felt so comfortable with someone. Luna had a way of seeing the world that was both practical and hopeful, and her humor made even her hardest stories feel lighter. When they finally said goodbye, they exchanged phone numbers. It was strange, but it was nice, Luna said with a smile. Thanks for choosing to talk to me, instead of going after Miss High Heels. Best decision I've ever made, Oliver replied. And it was true. Luna walked to the bus stop, waving one last time before getting on. Oliver watched until the bus disappeared around the corner. The bus rattled along the road, and Luna rested her head against the window. A a soft smile still playing on her lips. It had been a crazy day, but somehow it had been good. Very good. But when she got off at the stop near her building, reality hit hard. Stuck to the door of her apartment, impossible to ignore, was a yellow paper. An eviction notice. Luna felt her stomach twist. She tore the paper from the door quickly, folded it, and slipped it into her pocket before any neighbor could see it. Inside the apartment, she found Mia in the living room doing homework. "Hi, how was the work meeting?" Mia asked, looking up with a smile. "It was interesting." Luna forced a smile, hiding the tension. "I'm going to make dinner, all right?" In the kitchen, while she prepared pasta, the cheapest and easiest meal they had, Luna took the paper out of her pocket and read it again. 3 months late, 15 days to move out or settle the debt. She did the math in her head. What she earned barely covered basic expenses and Mia's school. There was nothing left to cut. They were already living with the bare minimum. She needed more work, fast. The next morning, Luna woke up before sunrise, made breakfast for Mia, and left home with a list of addresses. Stores, restaurants, cafes, anywhere that might be hiring. "Sorry, we're not looking for anyone right now." "Do you have sales experience?" "No?" "Then it won't work. We can call you if something comes up." All the answers were variations of the same thing: no. At the 10th place, a small cafe downtown, Luna was already starting to lose hope. "Please," she said to the manager, a middle-aged man with a tired expression. "I work hard, I'm punctual, I learn fast. I just need a few hours a week, any schedule you have." The man sighed. "Look, girl, I actually believe you, but we just cut half the staff because of low sales. I can't hire anyone right now." Luna thanked him and left, the discouragement weighing on her shoulders. It was almost 2 in the afternoon when she finally gave up and went straight to her shift at La Bella. At least there she was sure of a salary, even if it wasn't enough. While she served tables and forced smiles for the customers, her mind kept calculating. 15 days. She needed money in 15 days. And she had no idea where she would get it. The following days brought an unexpected routine for Luna. Between shifts at the restaurant and looking for extra jobs, there was Oliver. They had started meeting whenever possible, usually late in the afternoon when Luna had 1 or 2 free hours before her night shift. Their first meeting after the plaza was at a cheap ice cream shop near the restaurant. Luna ordered the most affordable flavor and laughed when Oliver did the same. "You know you can choose 2 flavors for the same price, right?" She pointed to the menu. "But you only ordered 1, Oliver replied. "Touché," Luna licked the vanilla ice cream, smiling. "Let me tell you about my day. You're gonna laugh. There was a customer today who swore he ordered ribs, but when I brought them, he said he asked for chicken. Fine, I took it back. Then he complained the chicken was dry. I brought another one. Then he said he actually wanted fish. Fish. In the end, do you know what he ate? A salad. A simple salad that wasn't even on the original order." Oliver laughed so hard he almost dropped his ice cream. "Was he testing you?" "I think he was testing my patience, and spoiler, I almost failed." Luna rolled her eyes dramatically. "But then he left a generous tip, so I forgive the 5 trips I made to the kitchen." On their next meeting, they walked through a flea market. Oliver pushed the wheelchair with ease, and Luna commented on every stall with sharp humor. "Look at that lamp," she pointed at an object that looked like it had survived several decades. "I bet if you turn it on, it opens a portal to the 70s. It probably comes with disco music and bell-bottom pants." "You have an amazing imagination," Oliver said, impressed. "That's what happens when you can't afford Netflix. We make up our own stories," Luna joked, but there was a truth there that Oliver understood. On their third meeting, they were sitting on a bench by a small lake. Luna was talking about a kitchen disaster at the restaurant where the chef had confused salt with sugar in an entire sauce. People were eating and making that face like they were trying to be polite, but you could see in their eyes that something was very wrong. Luna gestured animatedly. Until someone finally said the sauce was sweeter than a birthday cake. The chef turned red, tasted it, and almost fainted. We had to redo everything. It was crazy. Oliver laughed, but he was also paying attention. Over the past few days, he had started to notice things about Luna. The way she always checked prices before ordering anything. How her clothes were simple but always clean and well taken care of. how she never complained about being tired, even though sometimes he caught a yawn slipping out when she thought he was not looking. And Luna was noticing things about Oliver as well. His posture was strangely elegant for someone who supposedly had few resources. His vocabulary was rich and precise. He knew cultural references she had only heard about. One time, he mentioned a wine he had tried in Italy, and when she asked when he had traveled there, he stuttered and changed the subject quickly. "You are a bit mysterious, you know," Luna said one day while they shared a sandwich in a cheap diner. Oliver almost choked. "Mysterious? Me? Yes, there's something about you that does not add up. Like a puzzle where some pieces seem to belong to a different set." Luna studied him with curiosity. "But it is fine. Everyone has their secrets." Oliver felt the weight of guilt grow heavier. Each day that passed, it became harder to keep the lie. He wanted to tell the truth, wanted to remove that artificial distance he had created. But the fear was stronger. Luna was the first person in years who saw him as a real human being, not as a walking bank. How would she react when she discovered who he really was? Luna, meanwhile, carried her own burden in silence. The eviction notice burned in her mind constantly. 10 days left. 9 days. 8. She had looked for jobs every free moment she had, but nothing came up. At night, when Mia slept, Luna stayed awake doing numbers that never worked out. But during the day, with Oliver, she allowed herself to forget for a few hours. She allowed herself to laugh, relax, feel light. "Have you ever stopped to think," Luna began one day while they waited for their orders in a small diner, "how the world is absurdly unfair?" Oliver looked at her, surprised by the shift in tone. "Like there are people out there who spend more on a purse than I make in 3 months. People who never had to choose between paying the electric bill or buying food, who live in huge bubbles, completely disconnected from the reality most people live in." Luna stirred her soda with the straw, thoughtful. "And I am not angry at those people, you know. I just think it is sad that many of them do not even notice. They live their lives thinking everyone has the same opportunities, that you just have to work hard and everything works out. But that is not how it works." Oliver felt each word like an arrow. He was exactly the type of person Luna was describing. Until a few weeks ago, he had never stopped to really think about how much an electric bill cost, or what it meant to choose between basic needs. "You are right," he said softly. "It is unfair. But what can we do, right?" Luna sighed, then smiled. "We do the best we can with what we have. And maybe someday things will get better. I believe that. I have to believe it. Otherwise, there is no way to keep going." Oliver admired her strength. Even carrying so much, even fighting every day, Luna had not lost her hope or her humor. She was, without a doubt, the most incredible person he had ever met. "You are extraordinary, Luna," he said, his eyes fixed on her. Luna laughed, embarrassed. "You really need to meet better people if you think I am extraordinary. I am just a clumsy waitress trying to survive. You are much more than that." There was something in Oliver's voice that made Luna stop and look at him for real. For a moment, the world around them seemed to slow down. She felt something move in her chest, something warm and frightening at the same time. "Oliver, she began, but was interrupted by the shrill sound of her phone. It was an unknown number. Luna answered, frowning. "Hello? Miss Hayes? This is the Central School office. We are calling about your sister, Mia." Luna's heart raced. "What happened? Is she okay?" "Physically, she is fine, but there was an incident. Mia has been suspended for 3 days. We need you to come to the school immediately for a meeting with the principal." Luna felt the world spin. Yes, of course. I will be there in 20 minutes." She hung up the phone with trembling hands. Mia had never gotten into trouble. Never. She was a great student, responsible, never gave any reason for concern. "What happened?" Oliver asked, worried. "My sister was suspended. I need to go to the school now." Luna was already standing, grabbing her bag with quick and nervous movements. "I am going with you," Oliver said, already moving the chair. "You do not have to. I want to go. Please." Luna looked at him, saw the sincerity in his eyes, and nodded. At that moment, she had no energy to argue. She only needed to get to Mia and understand what had happened. They left the diner in a hurry, Luna already waving for a taxi while Oliver followed her. The lightness of the last few days had disappeared, replaced replaced by a tension that tightened Luna's chest like a vice. Mia, her little girl. What could have happened? The taxi crossed the city at a pace that felt painfully slow to Luna. She tapped her fingers on her knee, staring out the window without really seeing anything. Oliver was beside her, the wheelchair folded in the trunk, and he could feel the tension radiating from her in waves. "She's going to be all right," Oliver said softly. "You don't know Mia. She never gets in trouble. Never. The girl is practically a teenage saint, if that even exists." Luna bit her lower lip. For the school to suspend her, it must have been something serious. When they finally arrived at Central School, Luna practically jumped out of the car. Oliver paid the driver and quickly set up his wheelchair, following Luna, who was almost running toward the entrance. The front office directed them to the principal's room. Mia was sitting in a chair in the hallway, her eyes red and swollen from crying so much. When she saw Luna, she stood up and ran to hug her. "I'm so sorry, Lou. I'm really sorry," Mia sobbed against her sister's shoulder. "It's all right. It's all right." Luna stroked her hair, even though her own heart was racing. "We'll solve this." The principal, Mrs. Patterson, a middle-aged woman with thick-framed glasses, called them into her office. Oliver waited in the hallway, but Luna looked at him and gestured for him to come in as well. "Miss Hayes, thank you for coming so quickly," the principal began, sitting behind her desk. "We had a serious incident today during lunch." "What exactly happened?" Luna asked, keeping her voice steady even though she was shaking inside. The principal sighed. "Mia got into a heated argument with 3 classmates. According to witnesses, the other girls were making comments about your financial situation." Luna felt her face heat up. Mia began to cry again. "They said my clothes were from a thrift store," Mia sniffed. "They said we were poor and that I should stop pretending I had money to be in that school. That I was only here because of a scholarship, and that I was taking the place of someone who really deserved it." Luna's heart broke into 1,000 pieces, but she stayed composed. "And what did you do, Mia?" "I said they didn't know anything. That you work harder than their spoiled parents put together. That our situation doesn't define who I am or what I can achieve." Mia wiped her tears. Then one of them laughed and said, "You probably couldn't even pay the rent." And I lost my patience. I yelled at them. I said things I shouldn't have said. Mia pushed one of the girls, the principal added. "We have 0 tolerance for physical aggression." "She pushed me first," Mia protested. "She got close to me and pushed me against the locker." "The other girls deny that," the principal said, but her tone suggested she wasn't fully convinced. Luna took a deep breath. Oliver watched, fascinated, as she processed everything, her expression shifting from worry to determination. "Mrs. Patterson, with all due respect, my sister has been at this school for 2 years. She has never, not once, gotten into trouble. She has excellent grades, participates in activities. She is a model student. Do these other girls have a record of exemplary behavior as well?" The principal hesitated. "Well, one of them has had a few warnings for bullying. So let me understand." Luna leaned slightly forward, but kept a respectful posture. "My sister was provoked, possibly pushed first by girls with a history of problems, defended herself, and she's the only one being suspended." "The school rules are clear." "The rules should protect all students equally," Luna interrupted, but her voice remained calm. "Mia shouldn't have to listen to cruel comments about our situation. We didn't choose to be poor, Mrs. Patterson. We work hard every day. And my sister deserves to be here just as much as anyone else." There was a moment of silence. The principal adjusted her glasses, clearly impressed by the way Luna had stood her ground without losing respect or composure. "You're right," the principal finally said. "I will review the case. The other girls will also be called in with their parents. Mia will still have a suspension, but it will be only 1 day, not 3. And we will introduce a discussion about respect and inclusion with the entire class." Luna nodded, satisfied. "Thank you for listening. That is all I ask." When they left the school, Mia hugged Luna again. "You were amazing in there. You were brave for standing up for yourself." Luna kissed the top of her sister's head. "But next time, try using words instead of pushing, all right?" "Okay," Mia agreed, then noticed Oliver for the first time. "Hi." Are you Oliver? Oliver smiled. Yes, I am. Nice to meet you, Mia. Luna talks about you, Mia said, making Luna turn red. Oh, she does? Oliver looked at Luna with an amused smile. Just basic things, like that you exist. Nothing important, Luna said quickly. Shall we go home? Luna's apartment was small but clean and welcoming. There were photos on the walls, plants by the window, and a feeling of home that surprised Oliver. He had seen multi-million-dollar houses that felt empty and without soul. This place, even though humble, had life. Sorry about the mess, Luna said, even though the place was perfectly organized. It is great, Oliver replied sincerely. Luna prepared a simple dinner, pasta with homemade sauce and salad. During the meal, Mia began to relax, and Luna returned to her usual funny self. Let me tell you about the customer we had last week, Luna began, her eyes shining. The man ordered a well-done steak. Fine. I brought the steak. He looked at it, cut it, chewed it, and said it was too well done. Too much. How can something be too well done when you ordered well done? Oliver laughed. What did you do? I asked if he wanted me to go back in time and ask the cow to exercise a little more so it would be softer, Luna answered with a straight face. My boss almost killed me, but the customer laughed and said the steak was actually great. Mia burst out laughing. You did not say that. Yes, I did. Sometimes you have to answer nonsense with nonsense. Oliver laughed so hard that tears ran down his face. It had been such a long time since he felt this way. Light, happy, part of something real. After dinner, while Mia was in the bedroom doing her homework, Oliver tried to bring up a delicate subject. Luna, I know you value your independence, but if you ever need help with anything, anything at all, I would like to be able to help. Luna stopped putting the dishes away and looked at him. Oliver, you are kind, but I do not need charity. It is not charity. It is friendship. Friends help each other. Friends also respect when the other says they can handle things on their own, Luna said firmly, but not unkindly. I know you want to help, and I truly appreciate that, but accepting money or favors, that changes things. I need to know I can take care of myself and Mia with my own strength. Oliver admired her strength, but he also felt frustration. If she knew who he really was, if she knew he could solve all her problems with one phone call. But at the same time, it was exactly that independence that attracted him so much. Luna did not want a savior. She wanted to be her own hero. I understand, he said finally. But the offer still stands, always. Luna smiled and gently touched his hand. Thank you. When Oliver left that night, he felt more divided than ever. The lie about who he was weighed more and more. But the fear of losing Luna weighed even more. The next morning, Luna woke up early for her extra weekend shift at a department store. It was a job she had gotten a few months earlier, only on Saturdays and Sundays, but it helped increase her income. When she arrived, she found the manager at the door with a worried expression. Luna, can we talk? 20 minutes later, Luna was back on the street without the job. The store was making cuts and weekend employees were the first to go. Luna leaned against the building wall, closing her eyes. 6 days to pay the rent, one less job, and no idea how to fix it. For the first time in a long time, Luna felt the pressure threaten to break her. But she took a deep breath, straightened her shoulders, and began walking. Giving up was not an option. It never had been. She just needed to find the next step. Luna spent the rest of that Saturday walking around the city, entering every place that had a now hiring sign in the window. By the end of the day, her legs hurt, and she had a collection of "we will keep your resume on file" that meant absolutely nothing. When she arrived at La Bella restaurant for the evening shift, she found her boss, Mr. Morrison, taking inventory in the stockroom. Mr. Morrison, she began, trying to sound casual, do you think it would be possible for me to take some extra shifts? Maybe on Sunday mornings too? The gray-haired man looked at her over his glasses. Luna, you already work here 6 days a week. When do you rest? Rest is overrated, Luna tried to joke, but her voice came out too tired to sound convincing. Mr. Morrison sighed. Look, I'd give you more hours if I could, but we're already fully staffed. In fact, if sales don't pick up, I might have to cut hours, not add them. Luna felt her stomach twist, but she forced a smile. I understand. It's okay. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Oliver was in his home office. The computer screen displayed financial reports, but his eyes couldn't focus on the numbers. His mind was completely occupied with Luna. The phone rang. It was Jack, his best friend and the company's vice president. You disappeared, Jack said bluntly. You skipped 3 meetings this week. What's going on? Oliver rubbed his face. I met someone. Let me guess, you're still pretending to be poor and in a wheelchair? It's complicated, Jack. It's a lie, Oliver. That's what it is, Jack sighed on the other end. Look, I get why you started this. I really do. But secrets have an expiration date. And the longer you let this go, the worse the fallout will be. I know, she's different, Jack. She's real. And I'm afraid that if she finds out who I am, everything will change. So you'd rather build an entire relationship based on lies? Oliver had no answer for that. In the days that followed, Oliver and Luna kept meeting whenever they could. Oliver noticed that Luna seemed more tired, more tense, even though she tried to hide it. He wanted so badly to help her, to take that weight off her shoulders, but he knew she would refuse. And each day, the lie grew heavier. One Wednesday afternoon, they met at the park where they had talked for the first time after the cafe incident. The sun was beginning to set, painting the sky with shades of orange and pink. Luna was sitting on the bench, looking at the lake, and Oliver noticed she seemed lost in thought. A penny for your thoughts, he said gently. Luna smiled, but it was a tired smile. My thoughts aren't worth even that. I'm just thinking about life, about how sometimes it feels like we're running on a treadmill. You work, 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 but never move forward. Are you okay? Oliver asked, worried. I am, Luna lied, then sighed. No, I'm not, actually. But I will be. I always am. It's like my superpower, the ability to keep going even when everything is falling apart. Oliver took her hand. You don't have to be strong all the time. I do. There are people counting on me. They stayed quiet for a moment, just watching the ripples on the water. Can I tell you something? Luna finally said, her voice lower. I'm scared. Of what? This. Us. She looked at him. It's been so long since I let anyone get close. I built these huge walls because it's easier not to feel than to risk getting hurt. But you're getting past those walls without even trying, and that terrifies me. Oliver's heart pounded. Luna, let me finish, she gently interrupted. I like you, Oliver. A lot. In a way I didn't expect. And it's scary because I can't afford to get distracted, to fall in love, to put my heart on the line. But at the same time, when I'm with you, for the first time in a long time, I feel light. As if for a few moments I could just be Luna. Not the provider, not the responsible one, just me. Oliver felt a rush of emotion so strong it almost knocked him over. Without thinking, he leaned in and kissed her. The kiss was soft, full of unspoken promises and deep feelings. When they pulled away, they were both breathless. Luna Hayes, Oliver said, his voice rough with emotion. Would you be my girlfriend? Luna blinked, surprised, then laughed, a genuine happy sound. You're asking me to date you? Just like that, out of nowhere? In the middle of the park? I am, and I know it's fast, but I don't want to waste time. Life is too short not to chase what makes you happy. Luna looked at him for a long moment, and Oliver could see the conflict in her eyes, fear battling desire. Yes, she finally said, a slow smile spreading across her face. But let's take it slow, okay? I need time to get used to this whole having someone thing. All the time you need, Oliver promised, and he almost told her everything in that moment. He almost told her about the money, the company, the wheelchair lie. But fear held him back. The fear of seeing that smile disappear. The fear of losing her. I'll always be by your side, he said instead, and felt the weight of the lie grow even heavier. They stayed in the park until the sun had completely set, talking about everything and nothing, stealing occasional kisses like teenagers. For the first time in weeks, Luna allowed herself to forget her worries. For the first time in years, Oliver felt truly connected to someone. When they finally decided to leave, it was already night. They walked through the lit streets, Luna pushing Oliver's wheelchair in a relaxed way, laughing at a silly story she was telling about a customer who had tried to pay the bill with expired discount coupons. He had like 100 coupons, all from 2019, Luna gestured animatedly. And when I said we couldn't accept them, he was offended. He started quoting laws that I'm sure he made up on the spot. It was funny and embarrassing at the same time. Oliver laughed, completely charmed. How do you handle that and still stay sane? Who said I stay sane? Luna joked. I just pretend very well. That was when Oliver noticed a man on the other side of the street with a large camera. The man was looking right at him, and when their eyes met, the photographer lifted the camera. Flash. Oliver's heart stopped. What was that? Luna asked, having also noticed the flash. I don't know. Oliver lied, watching the man cross the street quickly and disappeared into a car. But he knew exactly what it was. A paparazzi, someone who had recognized him, and that meant his time was running out. The truth was about to come out, whether he wanted it or not. Luna looked in the direction the man had gone, confused. That was strange. Why would someone take our picture? He probably confused us with other people, Oliver said, trying to keep his voice casual, even though his heart was racing. Luna shrugged, accepting the explanation, but Oliver could barely breathe. The house of cards he had built was about to collapse, and he had no idea how to stop it. Oliver barely slept that night. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the flash of the camera, heard the click that marked the end of everything he had built with Luna. At 5 in the morning, he gave up trying to sleep and grabbed his phone. 3 messages from Jack, all with links to the same article. His stomach twisted even before opening it. Millionaire CEO Oliver Wright seen with mysterious woman screamed the headline. The photo showed him and Luna on the street, she pushing the wheelchair, both of them smiling. It looked like an innocent image, but the text that came with it was devastating. After weeks away from the social scene, millionaire tech vision CEO Oliver Wright was photographed in an intimate moment with an unidentified woman. Sources close to him speculate about who the new companion of the city's most desired bachelor might be. Oliver threw the phone onto the sofa and covered his face with his hands. It was over. Everything was over. He needed to reach Luna before she found out. He needed to be the one to tell her. Needed the chance to explain. He grabbed his car keys and left, completely forgetting about the wheelchair that had become part of his life. Arrived at the Bella restaurant for her morning shift, still smiling. For the first time in weeks, she had woken up with something other than worries on her mind. She had a boyfriend. It was scary and wonderful at the same time. Good morning, everyone. She greeted the staff with more energy than usual. Diane, one of the older waitresses, looked at her with a strange expression. Luna, did you see the newspaper today? Newspaper? Who still reads printed newspapers? Luna joked, tying her apron. Why? Diane and Tommy, the other waiter, exchanged meaningful looks. What happened? Luna asked, feeling a cold knot in her stomach. Did someone die? That's not it, Tommy began, hesitant. It's just that there's something you need to see. Before they could continue, Mr. Morrison came out of the office with a newspaper in his hands. His expression was serious. Luna, can we talk for a second? Luna's heart began to beat faster. Of course. Did something happen? Mr. Morrison led her to an empty table in the corner of the restaurant. He placed the newspaper on the table, open to the business section. And Luna's world stopped. There she was, in the photo, with Oliver. But it wasn't just that. The headline talked about a millionaire CEO. The photo showed a rich, powerful man. The article described Oliver Wright, not the humble man she knew, but a billionaire owner of a technology company. Luna read the article once. Then again, her hands began to shake. Luna, Mr. Morrison said gently, are you all right? She couldn't speak. Her mind was going through each detail, conversation after conversation, lie after lie. Oliver Wright, CEO, billionaire, tech vision, the simple life, working with technology that was nothing exciting, all of it a lie. I need a minute, Luna managed to say, her voice sounding strange. She stood up from the table and went to the restroom, locking herself in a stall. She leaned against the cold wall and closed her eyes, trying to breathe. He had lied about everything. While she opened her heart, shared her vulnerabilities, shared her struggles, he had been pretending to be poor, pretending to understand, pretending to be someone he was not. And the worst part, she had fallen in love with the man he was pretending to be. Luna wiped the tears that started falling before she even realized she was crying. No, she was not going to fall apart at work. She was not going to give him that power over her. She took a deep breath, washed her face, and left the restroom with her head held high. When she returned to the dining area of the restaurant, Oliver was there, standing, walking, no wheelchair. Luna felt the floor disappear beneath her feet. The wheelchair was alive too. He was not paralyzed. One more layer of deception, one more stab to her already bleeding heart. Oliver saw
Good
her and froze. His eyes
afternoon,
widened, and Luna could see
Jomar
the panic in them.
Garcia.
Luna, I can explain. You are walking. That was also a lie. My God, Oliver.
Good afternoon, Jomar.
Luna, I can explain. You are walking. That was also a lie. My God, Oliver.
Good afternoon, Jomar.
Luna, I can explain. You were walking. That was also a lie. My God, Oliver.
Good afternoon, Jomar.
Luna said, her voice frighteningly calm. I know how this looks.
Good afternoon po. Aljon. Hello po. Kakusog San Oran.
How this looks. Luna laughed, but it was a humorless sound.
Salamat po sa pagdalaw.
Or should I call you Mr. Wright, CEO of Tech Vision? A billionaire who was having fun pretending to be poor and in a wheelchair? The other employees in
Thank
the
you
restaurant had
po.
stopped working, watching the scene with a
Wala na
mix of
po
shock
ulan
and
dito sa
curiosity.
amin.
It was not like that. Oliver took a step toward her, but Luna stepped back. Please, let me explain. Explain what? The lies? All of them? Luna felt anger start to replace the pain. You lied about who you are.
Salamat
You lied
po,
about
Sir
your life.
Jomar.
You lied about the wheelchair. You let me open my heart, tell you about my problems, about how I can barely pay my rent, while you were probably laughing at me. Luna, I never wanted to hurt you, but you did. Luna shouted, and tears finally began to run freely. You made a fool out of me, Oliver. I trusted you. I opened my life to you. I told you things I never tell anyone, and everything was one big lie. What I felt for you was never a lie, Oliver said, his own voice breaking. Luna, please, I was afraid. Afraid that if you knew who I really was, you would not see me as a person anymore. You would see me as money, as an opportunity.
Thank you
So
po
you tested
sa
me? Luna interrupted, stunned. You tested me like I was some
Sa
kind of
thumbs up.
experiment? You had no right to do that to me. I know.
Thank you po
And I
sa
am
thumbs
sorry.
up.
Sorry is not enough. Luna wiped her tears in anger. You had so many chances to tell me the truth. Yesterday, at the park, when you asked me to be your girlfriend,
Good
you could have
afternoon
been
po.
honest, but you chose to keep lying. And do you know what is worse? I said I was
Pwede
afraid
po
of getting hurt,
magbakas
and
para
you promised to be
mabalikan ko
by
po
my
kayo.
side. You made me believe I was safe with you. You are safe. I am not. Luna shook her head. How can I be safe with someone
Thank
who
you
lied
po
about
sa
literally everything?
pagdalaw.
How can I trust a single word that comes out of your mouth? Oliver took another step, reaching out his hand. Luna, please. No.
Salamat
Luna
po
stepped
sa
back again.
pagdalaw.
Do not come near me. Do not touch me. Do not
Pwede
make
po
this harder than it
magbakas
already
para
is.
mabalikan ko po
Luna,
kayo.
it is over, Oliver, Luna said, each word costing a piece of her heart. Whatever we had, it is over. You are not the person I thought you were, and I cannot stay with someone I do not trust. Please do not do this, Oliver begged, tears now also streaming down his face. Give
Good
me a chance to
afternoon
fix
po.
this, a chance to be honest. You had weeks of chances, Luna said, her voice becoming steadier even as the tears fell. And you chose to lie every time. I have nothing left to give you, Oliver. You broke anything that could have existed between us. Luna, I need you to go, Luna said, turning so she would not have to look at him.
Good
And do
afternoon
not come
po
back.
sa
Do not look for me.
dumalaw.
Do not try to call me. Let
Pwede
me
pong
forget you.
magbakas
It is
para
the least you
mabalikan
can
ko
do
po
after
kayo.
everything. I love you, Oliver said, desperate. I know I have no right to say that now, but it is true.
Salamat
love you.
po sa pagdalaw.
Luna closed her eyes, letting those words
Good
wash over her
afternoon
like
po,
cold
Sir
water.
Jomar
Words she would have given
Garcia.
anything to hear
Andiyan ka pa po
yesterday.
ba?
Words that now meant nothing. If you truly loved me, she said without turning around, you would have been honest with me from the beginning. Goodbye, Oliver. The silence that followed was broken only by the sound of the restaurant door opening and closing. When Luna finally gathered the courage to turn around, Oliver was gone. And with him, he had taken any hope she had allowed to grow in her heart. The
Good
following days
afternoon
passed in a
po
gray haze for Luna.
sa
She woke up,
bisita.
went to work, went home, took care of Mia,
Request
and
lang po,
slept.
pwede pong
Repeated. The routine continued, but something
magbakas
essential
para
inside
po
her had
mabalikan
dimmed.
ko.
At the
Thank you
restaurant,
po.
she still smiled at customers, still did her job efficiently. But Diane noticed the difference right away. "Are you all right, dear?" her coworker asked on the third day as they prepared the tables for the lunch shift. "I'm great," Luna
Good
answered
afternoon
automatically,
po.
arranging the silverware with mechanical precision. "Luna, I've worked with you for 2 years. I know when you're not all right. Diane, I appreciate your concern, but I'm handling
Good
it.
afternoon
I
po
don't need
sa
anyone holding my
dumalaw.
hand."
Salamat po sa
Diane
pagbisita.
sighed, but didn't insist. She
Thank
knew
you
Luna
po.
well enough to understand that she processed things internally, building walls instead of bridges when she was hurt. Across the city, Oliver was sitting in his executive office, staring at his computer screen without really seeing anything. Jack was standing at the door, watching his friend with growing concern. "You've been here for 3 days and
Thank you
haven't done
po.
absolutely anything," Jack said. "People are starting to notice."
Thank you po sa pagdalaw.
Oliver
Salamat
picked
po.
up his
Pwede
phone
po
for the 100th
magbakas
time,
para po
opened the
mabalikan
messages,
ko kayo.
started typing. "Luna, I'm so sorry. Please let me explain." Deleted. "I know I messed everything up, but what I felt for you was real." Deleted. "I just want you to know that." Deleted. "You need to go to her," Jack said. "She asked me not to look for her." "And you're going to respect that? You're just going to give up?" Oliver finally looked at his friend. "I hurt her, Jack. Deeply. Maybe the best thing I can do for her right now is leave her alone." But leaving her alone didn't mean doing nothing. That night, Oliver found the address of the owner of the building where Luna lived. With an anonymous bank transfer, he paid 3 months of overdue rent. He didn't leave a name, didn't leave a message. He only made sure she wouldn't lose her home. 2 days later, Luna was checking her bank statements when she noticed something strange. A significant amount had been deposited with the description, "Rent payment, apartment 3B." She frowned and immediately called the owner. "Mr. Jenkins, I don't understand. Someone paid my rent?" "Yes, I received an anonymous transfer 2 days ago. It covered your 3 months of late payments." Luna felt her blood boil. "Anonymous? From where?" "I can't say. It came through a legal intermediary." But Luna didn't need anyone to tell her. She knew exactly who it had been. It took her 2 hours and several calls, but she managed to trace the transfer to Oliver's company. With her hands shaking with
Salamat po
anger,
sa
she made a
pagdalaw.
reverse transfer of the exact amount, returning every cent. Then she picked up her phone and typed a single message. "I don't need your charity. I don't need you. Stop trying to fix what you broke." She sent it before she could change her mind. Oliver read the message and felt like he had been punched. He only wanted to help. Only wanted to make sure she was all right. But he had done everything wrong. Again. At home, Mia watched Luna with growing concern. Her sister had gone back to being that version of herself that Mia remembered from years ago. Functional, efficient, but empty. The glow that had appeared in the last
Good
few weeks had
afternoon po.
disappeared completely. "Lou, do you
Thank
want
you
to talk
po.
about what happened?" Mia tried one night while they ate dinner in silence. "There's nothing to talk about. Things didn't work out, that's all." "But you liked him. I saw how you smiled when you talked about him." Luna set her fork down. "How about sometimes liking someone isn't enough, Mia? Sometimes people lie, and when we find out who they really are, we realize we loved an illusion." "Do you think he didn't really love you?"
Good
Luna
afternoon
paused,
po.
struggling with her answer. "I think he loved the idea of me, of how I made him feel, but he didn't love me enough to be honest." Mia nodded, but she wasn't convinced. She had seen Oliver with Luna. She had seen how he looked at her sister. That wasn't fake. That night, after Luna went to sleep, Mia picked up her phone. She had Oliver's number. He had given it to her on the day of the meeting at the school, in case she needed anything. Her fingers hesitated over the keyboard, but then she thought of Luna trying to hide her tears in the shower, thinking no one was listening. "Mr. Wright, this is Mia, Luna's sister. I need to talk to you. It's urgent." The reply came in less than a minute. "Mia? Is everything all right? Is Luna all right?" "Physically she is, but she's not truly okay. She's breaking on the Prove that what you had was real. My sister is stubborn and proud, but her heart is good. She just needs to know she can trust you. Mia hung up and looked toward Luna's bedroom. She had done her part. Now she could only hope and pray that Oliver would find a way to fix what had been broken. Because if anyone deserved a happy ending, it was her sister. The day after Mia's call, Oliver was sitting on the sidewalk in front of Luna's building. He did not knock on the door, did not call, did not try to force anything. He just sat there, leaning against the wall, and waited. Hours went by. People entered and left the building, some looking at him with curiosity, others with suspicion. Oliver did not move. Inside the apartment, Luna was preparing dinner when Mia looked out the window and froze. Lou, there is someone sitting on the sidewalk in front of the building. Probably someone homeless. Leave him alone, Luna said, stirring the pasta sauce. I think it is Oliver.
Good afternoon
Luna's
po.
spoon stopped in the air. What? She went to the window and looked down. And there he was, sitting on the sidewalk, his head resting against the wall, just waiting. Luna felt a mix of anger and something she did not want to identify. How long has he been there? I do not know, but it looks like a while. Luna shut the curtains forcefully. He will get tired and leave. But Oliver did not leave. When night fell, he was still there. When it started to get cold, he simply pulled his jacket closer to his body. Mia checked the window every 15 minutes. Lou, he is still there. It is starting to get cold. That is not my problem.
Good
Luna said,
afternoon
but
po.
her voice did not
Thank you
sound
po
convincing.
sa
He is
pagbisita.
not going to leave, is he?
Salamat
He will
po.
eventually. Everyone leaves.
Sana
But at 10
nag-enjoy
at
po
night,
kayo
when
sa
Mia went to
ano,
sleep, Oliver was still on the sidewalk. Luna stayed awake,
Sa-
pretending to watch television, but her eyes kept drifting toward the door. At midnight, she could not take it anymore. She grabbed a coat and walked down the stairs with heavy, irritated steps. Oliver lifted his head when he heard the door open. His eyes were tired, but determined. Do you not understand when someone tells you to go away? Luna asked, arms crossed. I understand perfectly, but I cannot leave without at least trying. Trying what? To convince me that your lies were justified? No, they were not. Oliver stood up slowly, his muscles stiff from sitting so long. I have no excuse, but I do have an explanation if you want to hear it. Luna looked at him, at the man who had turned her world upside down. Part of her wanted to send him away again. But another part, the part that still hurt when she thought of him, wanted to listen. 5 minutes, she said finally. You have 5 minutes. Oliver nodded, grateful. When I was 23, I met a woman. I thought I was in love. I told her about the company I was starting, about my plans. She seemed genuinely interested in me. When the company took off and the money started coming in, she became even more interested. I thought it was love. But then I discovered she was selling company information to competitors. Everything was a lie. She only wanted money. Luna felt something tighten in her chest, but she said nothing. After that, it happened again and again. Women who said they loved me, but only wanted access to my bank account. I closed myself off. I stopped trusting. And when I met you at that cafe, completely by accident, you treated me like a normal person. You did not know who I was. You did not want anything from me. And for the first time in years, I felt seen. So you decided to lie to keep that feeling? Luna asked, her voice softer than before. I was afraid, Oliver admitted, tears now in his eyes. Afraid that if you knew the truth, everything would change. That you would start seeing me as money, not as Oliver. And the more time passed, the harder it became to tell you. Because the more I knew you, the more I loved you. And the more I feared losing you. But you lost me anyway, Luna said quietly, because you chose the lie. I know, and I'll regret that for the rest of my life. Oliver wiped his tears. Luna, I'm not asking you to forgive me right now. I'm not asking you to go back to how things were. I'm only asking for a chance to start over. For real this time. No lies, no masks, just Oliver and Luna, getting to know each other honestly. Luna felt her defenses begin to crack. You hurt me, a lot. I know, and I don't know if I can trust you again. I know, but I want to try. I want to prove I deserve your trust. Luna stayed silent for a long moment, then sighed. I still feel something for you. I don't know if it's love or just what's left of something I thought was love, but it's there. Oliver took a hesitant step toward her. Then give me a chance. It doesn't have to be a big one. Just let me try. Luna looked at him, really looked. She saw the vulnerable, frightened, regretful man. And she also saw the man who had made her laugh, who had listened to her stories, who had made her feel special. Let's talk, she finally said. No lies this time. They sat on the building's front steps, and for the first time, they talked for real. Oliver told her about his childhood, the pressure of building the company, the loneliness of being surrounded by people, but never truly connected. Luna told him about her mother, about taking responsibility for Mia when she was only 20, about the constant fear of
Good
not being
afternoon po.
enough.
Salamat sa
Mia isn't my biological sister, Luna revealed after a while. We have different fathers. My mom married her dad when I was 8. He was complicated. He drank, disappeared for weeks. When my mom found out she was sick, she made me promise I'd never let him take Mia. Why would he take her? Oliver asked. I don't know. He never cared about her when my mom was alive. But Luna was interrupted by the sound of heavy footsteps. A man was walking up the sidewalk toward the building. He stopped when he saw Luna, a strange smile forming on his face. Luna, long time. Luna's blood ran cold. Richard, I came to get my daughter. Luna jumped up from the steps so fast she almost stumbled. Her whole body tensed, instinctively positioning itself between Richard and the building's entrance. You're not getting anywhere near her, Luna said, her voice low but steady. Richard took a step forward, and Luna noticed something different. Better clothes, combed hair, and almost respectable appearance. That frightened her more than anything. She's my daughter. I have a right. A right? Luna cut him off, her voice now sharp as a blade. You disappeared for 3 years. 3 years, Richard. You didn't call, didn't send a cent, didn't ask if she was alive, and now you show up talking about rights? People change, Luna. I changed. How convenient. Luna crossed her arms. Let me guess, you got a new job. Maybe you're running for some position, and suddenly having an abandoned child doesn't look good on your image? Richard actually looked uncomfortable. It's not like that. It's exactly like that. Luna took a step forward, and Richard stepped back. Do you think I don't know you? You never wanted to be a father. My mom raised Mia alone while you disappeared for weeks. And now that she's not here to protect you, you think you can show up and take my sister? Oliver watched the exchange, stunned by Luna's strength. She was shaking, but her voice didn't waver. I'm filing for custody, Richard said, trying to regain control. I have lawyers. I have resources now. A child should be with her biological father. A child should be where she is loved and cared for, Luna shot back. And you never did either. Richard looked at Oliver for the first time. And who's this? Your rich boyfriend? Do you think money will fix everything? Before Oliver could answer, Luna laughed, a humorless laugh. Funny you mention money, considering that's exactly what you're after. How much, Richard? How much do you think you'll get from back child support or whatever your lawyer convinced you of? I want my daughter. No, you want the appearance of being a father, but Mia isn't a tool for your reputation. She's a person, and she deserves better than you. Richard gave Luna one last look, then looked at the building. See you in court, he said, turning to leave. When he disappeared around the corner, Luna finally let her knees give out. She sank onto the steps, her hands trembling. Oliver sat beside her. Luna, I can't lose her, Luna whispered, tears finally beginning to fall. I promised my mother. It was the last thing she asked of me. Don't let him take our girl. I promised. Oliver gently took her hand. You are not going to lose her. I have an entire legal team. The best lawyers in the city. They will help you. Luna looked at him, torn between pride and despair. Oliver, I can't. It's not charity, Oliver said firmly. It's justice. And more importantly, I'm not going to take control of the situation. You are the main voice here. My lawyers are only going to give you the tools. You're going to fight this battle your way. Luna studied his face, searching for signs that he was trying to take over, trying to save her again. But all she saw was genuine support. All right, she finally agreed. But I make the decisions. All of them. In the following days, Luna met with Oliver's legal team. They were professional but respectful, listening to every word she said and following her instructions. Richard abandoned Mia, Luna explained at the first meeting. I have records showing he never paid a single cent to support her. Never visited, never called. My mother left me as her legal guardian before she passed away. The lead attorney, a woman named Helen, took notes carefully. And you have documentation for that? I have everything. Every conversation, every medical record where I was present and he wasn't, school reports signed by me. 3 years of proof that I am the only mother Mia knows. When the hearing was scheduled, Luna was nervous but prepared. Oliver wanted to go with her, but Luna asked him to wait outside. I need to do this on my own, she said, but knowing you're there helps. The courtroom was intimidating, but Luna walked in with her head held high. Mia was beside her, holding her hand tightly. Richard was on the other side with his lawyer, looking far too confident. The judge began by hearing Richard's case. His lawyer spoke about changes in his life, financial stability, the natural right of a father to be with his daughter. Then it was Luna's turn. She stood, looked directly at the judge, and spoke with a clarity that even surprised herself. Your Honor, I don't have the wealth Mr. Richard has. I don't have a big house or a fancy car. What I do have are 3 years of sleepless nights when Mia was sick. I have school meetings where I was the only one there. I have tears dried and dreams encouraged. I have love, dedication, and the promise I made to my mother that Mia would always have a home. She turned toward Richard. You say you've changed, but change is proven through actions, not through words in a courtroom. Where were you when Mia had pneumonia and spent a week in the hospital? Where were you when she won the award for Best Student of the Year? Where were you at every birthday, every Christmas, every moment she needed a father? Richard had no answer. Luna continued, her voice growing stronger. Family is not about blood. It's about who shows up, and I showed up every day for 3 years, and I will keep showing up for the rest of my life. The hearing lasted hours, with witnesses, documents, statements. But in the end, the judge brought down the gavel. Custody remains with Luna Hayes. Mr. Richard may request supervised visitation if he wishes to establish a relationship with the child, but I see no reason to remove the child from a stable and loving environment. Luna felt her knees almost give out with relief. Mia hugged her tightly, crying, You did it, Lou. You did it. Outside the courtroom, Oliver was waiting. When he saw Luna's face, he knew immediately. We won, Luna said, and for the first time in weeks, her smile was genuine and complete. Oliver hugged her, and Luna allowed herself to stay there for a moment, letting herself feel the victory, the relief, the support. Thank you, she murmured against his shoulder, for helping me without trying to save me. You saved yourself, Oliver replied. I was just here to watch. When they pulled apart, Luna looked at him honestly. Oliver, I need time to process all of this. Richard, you, my feelings. I need to breathe and find myself again. Oliver nodded, even though his eyes showed disappointment. I understand. How much time do you need? I don't know. I just know I need to be sure of what I'm feeling before taking another step. Then I will wait, Oliver said simply, for as long as necessary. The following weeks brought a peace Luna hadn't felt in years. With the custody issue resolved, she could finally breathe. And Oliver kept his word. He waited, without pressure, without intruding. The first date after the court hearing happened 2 weeks later. Oliver sent a simple message. Coffee tomorrow? No pressure. Just wanted to see how you're doing. Luna smiled when she read it. All right, same cheap ice cream shop? Where else? When they met, there was a lightness in the air that had not been there before. There were no more lies weighing on them, no more secrets. Just two people trying to figure out if they could rebuild something that had been broken. So, Oliver began, licking his vanilla ice cream. How is Mia? Relieved, happy. She even joked the other day that she should get in trouble more often just to see me argue in court. Luna laughed. I told her she could keep her normal teenage drama. Thank you very much. Oliver laughed, and Luna realized how much she had missed that sound. The dates continued, always casual, always light. They walked in the park, talked about everything and nothing, laughed at silly stories. Oliver told her about disasters at the office. Luna shared new absurd adventures from the restaurant. There was a customer last week, Luna said during one of their outings, who insisted our lasagna tasted like a tire. A tire? I asked how he knew what a tire tasted like, and he had no answer. He ended up eating everything and still ordered dessert. People are fascinating, Oliver commented, smiling. Fascinating is a polite word. I would say strange, but it works. 1 month after the court hearing, Luna casually mentioned that she had never seen where Oliver worked. Want to see it? Oliver asked, surprised. Only if it is not a bother. I am curious to see you in your natural environment, like a documentary about corporate wildlife. Oliver laughed. Tomorrow then, but I warn you, it is not as exciting as you imagine. The next day, Luna entered the Tech Vision building with wide eyes. It was impressive, full of glass and steel, modern and bright, but what impressed Luna the most was seeing Oliver in action. He greeted employees by name, asked about their families, truly listened when someone spoke. In a meeting Luna watched from a distance, he was firm but respectful, hearing every opinion before making a decision. He is a good boss, an employee commented, noticing Luna watching. I have worked for many arrogant executives who treated the team like numbers. Oliver is not like that. He really cares. Luna felt something warm inside her chest. This was the same man she had met at the cafe. Wealth had not changed him. He had only hidden that part of himself out of fear. When the afternoon ended, Oliver took her to his office. So, he asked, nervous, what did you think? I think you are the same person I met on that confusing day at the cafe, Luna said honestly. Oliver took her to his office. So, he asked, nervous, what did you think? I think you are the same person I met on that confusing day at the cafe, Luna said honestly. Oliver took her to his office. So, he asked, nervous, what did you think? I think you are the same person I met on that confusing day at the cafe, Luna said honestly. Rich or poor, in a wheelchair or not, your essence is the same. You are kind, attentive, funny when you relax. I needed to see that with my own eyes. And now that you have seen it, Luna took a step toward him. Now I know I was right to give you another chance, because the man I fell in love with is still here. He was just hiding behind a lot of fear. Oliver held her face gently. I promise I will never hide anything from you again. I know, Luna smiled. And if you do, I will drag you into court again. I am good at that now. They laughed and then they kissed, soft, promising, real. In the following weeks, their relationship grew in a healthy and honest way. Oliver met Mia properly, and the three of them went out together several times. Mia approved immediately. He is nice, Lou, Mia said one night. And you smile again. You smile for real. Luna realized it was true. The spark that had disappeared was back, but this time it was stronger, more real. One afternoon, Oliver sent a mysterious message. Can you meet me tomorrow at 3? I have a surprise. Surprises make me nervous after everything. Luna replied, this one is good, I promise. The next day, Luna followed Oliver's instructions until she stopped in front of a very familiar place, the cafe where everything had started. She pushed the door, making the small bell ring, and froze. The cafe was empty except for Oliver. But it was not simply empty, it was transformed. There were simple, elegant flowers on every table, candles lit to create a warm and gentle light, and on the walls were printed photos of moments they had shared. At the park, at the ice cream shop, laughing together. Oliver was standing in the middle of the cafe, dressed casually, but with an adorable nervousness in his expression. Oliver, Luna whispered, looking around in wonder. What is all this? It is the place where I met you, Oliver began, taking a step toward her. The place where I made the mistake of starting our story with a lie. So I thought it would be fitting to come back here and start again, the right way this time. He knelt down and Luna's heart began to beat faster. Luna Hayes, you are the most incredible person I have ever met. You are strong, funny, kind, and have a heart bigger than anyone who has ever crossed my path. I messed everything up once, and you were generous enough to give me a second chance. I don't want to be your secret boyfriend or your temporary experience. I want to be your official boyfriend, your partner, your best friend. So Luna Hayes, will you be my girlfriend? For real this time? No lies, no fears, just the two of us being completely honest? Luna felt tears of happiness fill her eyes. She looked at that man kneeling in front of her, vulnerable and sincere, and she knew her answer. Yes, she said, pulling him up and kissing him. 1,000 times yes. Luna was still processing the moment when Oliver pulled her to the center of the cafe. The candles flickered around them, creating a magical atmosphere that felt like it belonged in a fairy tale. I can't believe you did all this, Luna said, looking around again. How did you manage to clear out the entire cafe? Let's say the owner owes me a few favors, Oliver smiled. And when I explained that I needed the place to ask the most incredible woman in the world to be my girlfriend, he not only agreed but helped decorate. The most incredible woman in the world? Luna teased, wiping her happy tears. Are you sure? Because I still drop plates regularly and my ability to burn water is legendary. That's exactly why, Oliver laughed, pulling her closer. You're real, Luna. Imperfect, funny, stubborn, and absolutely perfect in your own way. You're getting too sentimental. Soon you'll start reciting poetry. I can do that if you want. Please don't. For the sake of our relationship, Luna joked, but her eyes were shining with love. Oliver took her hand, suddenly serious. Luna, I want to be the best boyfriend for you. I want to support you, make you laugh, be by your side in everything. I know I messed up at the beginning, but I promise I'll spend the rest of the time you give me proving that I deserve this second chance. Luna gently touched his face. You're already proving it. Every day. They stayed in the cafe for another hour, talking, laughing, planning. When they finally left, Luna felt lighter than she had felt in years. In the following days, Luna went back to her routine at the restaurant, but now with a renewed glow. Diane noticed right away. Someone looks radiant, her coworker commented. Let me guess, you two are back together? We are, Luna confirmed, unable to hide her smile. For real this time. About time. You were unbearable when you two were apart. Hey, I wasn't unbearable. Dear, you were serving tables like a robot. Unbearable is an understatement. 1 week after the official boyfriend request, Oliver called Luna with a proposal. I have an opening at the company, executive assistant. I thought of you immediately. Oliver, before you refuse, listen. You're organized, smart, and handle pressure well. You would be perfect for the position. And yes, I know we're dating, but that has nothing to do with the offer. You really would be good at the job. Luna bit her lip, tempted but hesitant. I don't know. People will think I only got the job because I'm with you. Then don't tell anyone we're together, at least not at the beginning. Do the interview like any other candidate. If you're chosen, it's on your own merit. Luna considered it. The idea of working in just one place, with regular hours and benefits, was tempting. All right, but I'll do the real interview. With HR, without you involved. Deal. 3 days later, Luna was sitting in the waiting room at TechVision, wearing her best interview outfit, a white blouse and black pants she had bought at a thrift store. There were 3 other candidates waiting, all of them looking extremely qualified. When it was her turn, Luna entered the interview room with fake confidence. The interviewer, a woman named Karen, gave her a professional smile. Miss Hayes, welcome. Tell me about your experience. Luna took a deep breath and began. She talked about years working in customer service, about managing multiple tasks under pressure, about dealing with difficult personalities in unexpected situations. And how would you handle a demanding boss? Karen asked. Luna smiled. Well, I've worked with customers who tried to pay with 2019 coupons and others who thought lasagna tasted like rubber. I think I can handle anything. Karen laughed, taking notes. You have a sense of humor. That's important here. 2 hours later, Luna received the call. She had gotten the job. On my own merit, she told Oliver later, pride in her voice. Karen didn't even mention you during the interview. I got it by myself. I knew you would do it. Oliver kissed her. Welcome to TechVision, Miss Hayes. Luna started working the following Monday. During the first week, she kept her relationship with Oliver a secret, wanting to prove her value without the shadow of favoritism. But working so close to Oliver and pretending they were only boss and employee was harder than she imagined. On Wednesday, Oliver called her extension. Miss Hayes, could you come to my office, please? Luna walked in, professional, with a notepad in her hand. Yes, Mr. Wright. Oliver waited until she closed the door, then smiled. I missed you. Oliver, we are working. I know, but you're only 1 floor away, and I cannot kiss you. It is torture. He stood and walked toward her. Just one quick kiss. Someone could walk in, but Luna was already laughing as he pulled her into a hug. It was worth the risk, Oliver murmured against her lips. You are impossible. But you love me this way. This became a routine. Oliver came up with creative excuses to call Luna to his office. I need you to find a file that definitely does not exist. There is an urgent problem with the printer that works perfectly. I need your opinion on the color of this pen. Luna always went, rolling her eyes but smiling, knowing exactly what he wanted. One of these days someone will catch us, she warned after he stole another kiss. Then maybe we should tell people. Not yet. Let me prove my worth first. As the weeks passed, their workplace romance created hilariously awkward moments. Once, Luna was carrying coffee to a meeting when she bumped into Oliver in the hallway. They looked at each other, and Luna had to hold back a laugh at the face he made. "Good morning, Mr. Wright," she said formally. "Good morning, Miss Hayes," he replied with equal formality, though his eyes were full of amusement. When she walked past him, Oliver whispered, "You look beautiful today." Luna almost spilled the coffee. Another time, Oliver was in an important video conference when Luna walked in without knocking, forgetting he was busy. Sorry, she said, freezing at the door. "I did not know you were." Oliver quickly muted the microphone. "It is all right. What is it?" "Nothing important. It can wait. Go on with your meeting before they think you are having a nervous breakdown." But the best moment happened when Luna was organizing files in Oliver's office while he was in a meeting. She was humming absent-mindedly when Oliver walked in, not alone, but with Jack. "And here's the new executive assistant everyone loves," Oliver was saying. "Luna, this is Jack, my vice president." Luna turned, professional. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Wilson." Jack looked between the two of them, a slow smile forming. "So you are the famous Luna." Oliver turned red. Luna did too. "He talks about you all the time," Jack continued, clearly amused. "All the time. It is, Luna said this, Luna did that. I thought you were a myth." "Jack," Oliver warned. "Oh, come on, let me embarrass you both. It is fun." Luna could not hold back a laugh. "I like him," she said to Oliver. "Of course you do. You two are going to team up against me." And that was exactly what happened. As the days passed, Oliver and Luna's romance brought lightness not only to them, but to the whole office. There were laughs, sweet moments, and a sense that something special was growing there. 4 months later, the secret had become public knowledge at TechVision. It happened gradually, a look that lasted a bit too long here, a knowing smile there, until everyone simply knew. The reactions were mixed. Some employees thought it was sweet, others whispered about favoritism. But Luna had proved her worth again and again, working harder than anyone else, arriving early and leaving late. "Let them talk," Oliver said one morning when Luna mentioned hearing mean comments. "You earned your place here. Anyone can see that." "I know. It is just frustrating sometimes," Luna sighed. "But what can you do, right? There will always be people who prefer gossip over work." "Exactly. And those people do not deserve a second of your attention." Luna smiled. "When did you become so wise?" "Since I met a stubborn waitress who taught me what truly matters in life." "Oh, stop. You are going to make me cry during work hours." The truth was that Luna had never been so happy. She had a job she loved, a healthy and honest relationship, and Mia was thriving at school. For the first time in years, she was not just surviving, she was living. On a late Friday afternoon, Oliver called her through the office line. "Miss Hayes, can you come to my office?" Luna laughed. They still joked about being formal sometimes. "On my way, Mr. Wright." But when she walked into the office, Oliver looked more nervous than she had ever seen him. "Everything okay?" she asked, closing the door. "Yes. No. Maybe." Oliver took a deep breath. "I have a question for you." "Okay, now you're scaring me." "It's nothing bad. Actually, I hope it's something very good." He stepped around the desk. "Do you have plans tomorrow night?" "Other than watching that whale documentary with Mia? No. Cancel it. I want to make dinner for you. At my house. Just the two of us." Luna smiled. "A romantic dinner? Who knew the billionaire CEO could be sweet?" "Only for you." Oliver kissed her gently. "So, is that a yes?" "It's a yes." The next evening, Luna rang Oliver's doorbell with butterflies in her stomach. She had worn something nice, a simple green dress that Mia had insisted was perfect. Oliver opened the door, and Luna had to hold back a laugh. He was wearing an apron that said "Kiss the Cook" with flour on his face. "Don't laugh," he warned. "Cooking is harder than it looks." "You look adorable." Luna stepped inside, glancing around. The house looked beautiful, with candles everywhere and soft music playing. "Seriously, Oliver, this is amazing." "Wait until you see dinner." Or better yet, wait until you taste it. Can't promise it's edible. But it was. Oliver had made homemade pasta, salad, and even dessert. They ate while laughing and talking about everything. Future plans, dreams, funny memories. Remember when we met? Luna said, sipping her wine. I sat at the wrong table. You were pretending to be paralyzed, that furious woman. It was the most disastrous date in history. It was perfect, Oliver corrected. It was exactly what it needed to be. Chaotic, confusing, and completely unforgettable. Romantic. Who knew you had that in you? After dinner, Oliver led her to the garden. There were fairy lights hanging from the trees, creating a magical atmosphere. Luna, Oliver began, holding her hands. These past months have been the best of my life. You've taught me about honesty, strength, and loving without fear. You made me want to be a better person. Oliver, let me finish before I lose my nerve, he said with a nervous smile. I started our story the wrong way, with lies and fear. But you gave me a second chance. A chance to start over and build something real. And I don't want any more new beginnings. I want forever. Oliver knelt down, pulling a small box from his pocket. Luna covered her mouth, tears already forming. Luna Hayes, will you marry me? Not because I have money or work in a fancy office, but because I love you. Because you make my days better just by being in them. Because I can't imagine my life without you. Luna was crying and laughing at the same time. Did you rehearse that speech? About 20 times. Was it terrible? It was perfect, you silly man. Luna pulled him up. And yes, I want to marry you. Oliver slid the ring onto her finger. Simple, elegant, exactly her style, and they kissed under the fairy lights, with the world feeling perfect in that moment. The next 2 months were a delightful whirlwind. Mia was more excited than anyone, helping with every detail of the wedding. There have to be yellow flowers, she insisted. They were Mom's favorite. Then we'll have yellow flowers, Luna said, touched. They kept the wedding small and intimate. Only close family and dear friends. No extravagance, no excess, just love and celebration. The morning of the wedding arrived sunny and perfect. The chosen venue was an outdoor garden, simple but beautiful, with an arch covered in yellow and white flowers. Luna was in the preparation room with Mia, who was helping her adjust the dress. It was a simple, flowing white dress that made her feel like herself, just a more beautiful version. You look beautiful, Lou, Mia said, her eyes shining. Mom would be so proud. Luna hugged her sister carefully, not wanting to wrinkle the dress. I wouldn't have made it here without you. Of course you would. You're the strongest person I know. It's easier to be strong when you have someone by your side. The music began. It was time. Mia and Luna walked together down the improvised aisle between the chairs. The guests stood, but Luna only had eyes for Oliver, who was at the altar with tears in his eyes and the biggest smile she had ever seen. When they reached the altar, Mia kissed Luna's cheek and took her seat in the front row. Oliver took Luna's hands, and both of them were trembling with emotion. The officiant began the ceremony, but soon they reached the part that truly mattered. The vows. Oliver went first. Luna, I promise to always be honest with you. I promise to support you without trying to control you. I promise to make you laugh even on the bad days. I promise to be your partner in everything. And I promise to love you with everything I am, every day, for the rest of my life. Luna wiped her tears before she began. Oliver, you taught me that it's possible to start over. That mistakes don't define who we are, but what we do after them. I promise to trust you. I promise to share my fears and my joys. I promise to be your best friend, your partner, and your greatest supporter. And I promise to love you with patience, respect, and all the honesty in my heart. I now pronounce you husband and wife, the officiant said, smiling. You may kiss the bride. And Oliver kissed Luna while everyone applauded, whistled, and laughed. It was a kiss full of promises, of shared futures, of love built on truth. The reception was exactly how they wanted it, relaxed, full of laughter and stories. Jack gave a hilarious speech about how Oliver had been impossible with how in love he was. Diane from the restaurant told embarrassing stories about Luna, and Mia made everyone cry with her words about love and family. But the best moment was the first dance. Oliver and Luna were in the center of the dance floor, moving awkwardly to a romantic song. Neither of them was a great dancer, and it became obvious when Oliver stepped on Luna's foot. Ow, are you trying trying to make me limp at my own wedding? Luna joked. Sorry, I warned you dancing wasn't my strength. You also said cooking wasn't, and that dinner was great. Beginner's luck. They laughed, stumbled again, and laughed even more. The guests watched with smiles on their faces, witnessing not a perfect couple, but a real one, with flaws, missteps, and genuine love. Hey, Oliver said softly, pulling Luna closer. Thank you. For what? For giving me a second chance, for teaching me to be better, for being you. Luna rested her head on his shoulder. Thank you for waiting, for not giving up, for showing me it's worth trusting. They kept dancing, clumsy but happy, surrounded by people who loved them. There were no more lies between them, no more masks. Only Oliver and Luna, two imperfect people who had chosen to love each other honestly, with all the flaws and wonders that come with it. And as they danced under the stars, with the future stretching brightly ahead of them, both knew they had found exactly what they were looking for. Not a perfect fairy tale, but something better. Something real. What did you think of Luna and Oliver's story? Leave your opinion in the comments. Rate this story from 0 to never imagining he was the man she had rejected in the past. Before the story begins, leave in the comments the city you are watching from. And at the end, do not forget to rate this story from 0 to 10. Enjoy the story. Emma Carter was having the worst day of her life. Sitting on a park bench, she stared at her phone in despair while reading her mother's message for the 10th time. Sweetheart, your sister is bringing her fiancé to Christmas dinner. Your cousin brought his new girlfriend. Even your younger brother found someone. And you? Are you going to show up alone again? The whole family is talking, Emma. Emma dropped her head back and let out a loud groan of frustration. Perfect. Just perfect, she shouted at the gray sky, not caring if anyone heard. Where on earth am I supposed to find a boyfriend in 3 days? Where? Does anyone rent boyfriends in this city? She let out a bitter laugh, shaking her head. Of course not, because my life is not pathetic enough. Now I need to hire a fake boyfriend, and I cannot even afford that. 27 years old, 3 jobs, and not even enough money to solve her own problems. The family Christmas dinner was in 3 days, and she knew exactly how it would go. Aunt Margaret with that pity smile, Cousin Sandra rolling her eyes, and her mother sighing dramatically the whole night. Emma opened her wallet and counted the crumpled bills. $53 until the end of the month. 20 for electricity, 15 for gas, 10 for food. $5, she murmured. I have $5 left. Who would agree to be a fake boyfriend for $5? Nobody, because everyone has more dignity than I do. I will. Emma almost fell off the bench. She turned her head so fast her neck cracked. A man was standing there, just a few steps away. Tall, broad-shouldered, wearing an expensive black coat and a wool scarf. His dark hair was slightly messy from the snow, and his eyes shined with something between amusement and recognition. Sorry, what? Emma blinked, confused. The man took a few steps toward her, his hands in his pockets, a slight smile on his face. You said you need a boyfriend for a Christmas dinner. I accept the job. Emma stared at him as if he had grown a second head. You were listening to me? I was passing by. He pointed to the path behind him. I heard you shouting about renting a boyfriend. I thought I could help. Are you some kind of lunatic? Emma stood up, holding her bag tight against her body. The man laughed, a real warm laugh that somehow made Emma's chest tighten with a strange feeling of familiarity. I'm not a lunatic, just someone who walked by and heard a desperate woman who needs help. Emma looked at him carefully. He seemed to be in his early 30s, maybe. Good-looking, with a confident but not arrogant posture. And that coat, definitely not cheap. Why would you do this? She asked, suspicious. You do not know me. True. He tilted his head, studying her face in a way that made Emma feel exposed. But it seems you really need help, and it happens that I'm free on Christmas Eve. You do not have family, friends, a real girlfriend? I do have family, but they're traveling this year. Friends are all busy, and girlfriend. He paused, that strange smile appearing again. No, I don't have a girlfriend. Emma bit her lip. This was madness, complete madness. But she was desperate. I can only pay $5, she said, almost as a test. $5 and nothing more. The man laughed so loudly that a few birds flew from nearby trees, startled. $5? He repeated, his eyes shining. You want to hire me for $5? Emma felt her face heat up with embarrassment. I know it's ridiculous. Forget it. It was a stupid idea. I accept. Emma blinked. You accept? I accept. $5 is fine. It's fine? Emma shook her head, incredulous. Who are you? Why would you do this? He extended his hand. You can call me Nathan. Emma looked at his hand, then at his face. There was something familiar in those eyes, but she could not identify what it was. Hesitant, she shook his hand. Emma, I'm Emma. Nice to meet you, Emma. The way he said her name, soft and almost intimate, sent a shiver up her spine. Are you sure about this? Emma asked. Because my family is complicated. My mother will ask 1,000 questions. My aunt loves gossip. My father will try to intimidate you, and my sister will roll her eyes at everything I say. Nathan smiled. Sounds fun. Fun? Emma let out a hysterical laugh. You really are crazy. Maybe a little. He took his phone out of his pocket. Give me your number. We need to figure out the details. Our story. How long we've been dating. How we met. Emma gave him the number, still unable to believe this was happening. How long have we been together? Nathan asked, typing on his phone. 6 months? 6 months. And how did we meet? Emma thought quickly. At the cafe where I work in the mornings. You're a regular customer. Cafe, Nathan repeated, and something crossed his face. A shadow, maybe, or a memory. And what do I do for a living? A teacher? High school? He laughed again, that warm laugh that made Emma's stomach twist. Teacher. All right, I can be a teacher. Is there any rule? Emma asked. For this arrangement? Nathan put his phone away and looked straight into her eyes. A few. First, no physical contact besides what's necessary. I can hold your hand, put my arm around you in front of your family, but nothing else. Emma nodded, relieved. Second rule, if you feel uncomfortable at any moment, tell me and I'll leave. No questions. No trouble. Okay. And the third rule. He paused, his smile becoming softer. Just be yourself. You don't need to pretend anything with me. Emma felt her chest tighten. Why was a stranger being so kind? Why are you doing this? She asked again, her voice lower now. Nathan watched her for a long moment, the snow falling between them. Let's just say I have my reasons. He started walking away. I'll text you later so we can plan everything. And Emma? Yes? Everything will be fine, trust me. Then he turned and disappeared among the snow-covered trees, leaving Emma alone in the park with her heart racing and 1,000 questions in her mind. She had just hired a fake boyfriend for $5, a complete stranger, who somehow didn't feel like a stranger at all. Emma barely slept that night. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw Nathan's face. That mysterious smile, those eyes that seemed to hold secrets. And worst of all, the annoying feeling that she already knew him from somewhere. Impossible, she murmured, turning to the side on the narrow bed in her tiny apartment. I would remember a guy like that. Her phone buzzed on the nightstand. 3 in the morning. Emma grabbed it, blinking at the light of the screen. A message from an unknown number. Hi, girlfriend. It's Nathan. Can't sleep because you're thinking of me? Emma almost dropped the phone. Presumptuous, she typed back. But she was smiling. Realistic, came the immediate reply. So should we plan our story properly? I don't want to mess things up in front of your family. Emma sat up on the bed, hugging her knees. Okay, go ahead. First date, where was it? Emma thought for a moment. At the cafe where I work. You ordered a cappuccino and wrote your number on the napkin. Romantic. I like it. She could almost hear him smiling, and I did that because I spilled coffee on your shirt and got all nervous apologizing. You thought it was funny. There was a longer pause this time. Spilling coffee, interesting choice for a story. Is there a problem? No. Perfect. Another pause. And when was our first kiss? Emma felt her face warm. Do we need that? Your family might ask. Right. Third date? At the park? It was snowing? You like romantic cliches, don't you? Be quiet. You're the one who asked. Nathan sent a laughing emoji. Relax. Snowy Park is perfect. Anything else I should know? Hobbies? Favorite food? A movie you hate? Emma laughed softly, settling deeper into the bed. I hate horror movies. I love pasta, and my hobby is, well, working because I have 3 jobs. 3 jobs. His tone changed. Emma, don't start, she cut him off. Everyone has their struggles. These are mine. Fair enough. And what else? I need to know my girlfriend. They spent the next hour texting. Emma learned that Nathan supposedly liked jazz, ran every morning, and had a cat named Whiskers. She made up half that information, but he agreed to everything with good humor. When they finally stopped texting, it was almost 5 in the morning. Emma had to get up in 2 hours for her shift at the cafe. I'm going to regret this, she whispered to the dark ceiling, but she was smiling. The next morning, Emma was behind the cafe counter, yawning every 5 seconds, when her best friend Jessica showed up. You look like you got run over by a truck, Jessica said, sitting on the stool. Double coffee, please. Thanks for the encouragement, Emma grumbled. Making the drink. You always know what to say. That's what friends are for. Jessica grabbed the cup and took a long sip. So what happened? You only look like that when something went very wrong or very right. Emma looked around. The cafe was empty at that hour. She leaned over the counter. I hired a fake boyfriend. Jessica spit the coffee back into the cup. Message for the 10th time. Sweetheart, your sister is bringing her fiancé to Christmas dinner. Your cousin brought his new girlfriend. Even your younger brother found someone. And you? Are you going to show up alone again? The whole family is talking, Emma. Emma dropped her head back and let out. Out a loud moan of frustration. Perfect, she shouted at the gray sky, not caring if anyone heard. Where on earth am I supposed to find a boyfriend in 3 days? Where? Does anyone rent boyfriends in the city? She let out another laugh, shaking her head. Of course not, because my life is not pathetic enough. Now I need to hire a fake boyfriend, and I cannot even afford that. 27 years old, 3 jobs, and not even enough money to solve her own problems. The family Christmas dinner was in 3 days, and she knew exactly how it would go. Aunt Margaret had a smile, Cousin Sandra rolling her eyes, and her mother sighing dramatically the whole night. Emma opened her wallet and counted the crumpled bills. $53 until the end of the month. 20 for electricity, 15 for gas, 10 for food. $5, she murmured. I have $5 left. Who would agree to be a fake boyfriend for $5? Nobody, because everyone has more dignity than I do. will. Emma almost fell off the bench. She turned her head so fast her neck cracked. A man was standing there, just a few steps away. Tall, broad-shouldered, wearing an expensive black coat and a wool scarf. His dark hair was slightly messy from the snow, and his eyes shined with something between amusement and recognition. Sorry, what? Emma blinked, confused. The man took a few steps toward her, his hands in his pockets, a slight smile on his face. You said you need a boyfriend for a Christmas dinner. I accept the job. Emma stared at him as if he had grown a second head. You were listening to me? I was passing by. He pointed to the path behind him. I heard you shouting about renting a boyfriend. I thought I could help. Are you some kind of lunatic? Emma stood up, holding her bag tight against her body. The man laughed, a real warm laugh that somehow made Emma's chest tighten with a strange feeling of familiarity. I'm not a lunatic, just someone who walked by and heard a desperate woman who needs help. Emma looked at him carefully. He seemed to be in his early 30s, maybe. Good-looking, with a confident but not arrogant posture. And that coat, definitely not cheap. Why would you do this? She asked, suspicious. You do not know me. True. He tilted his head, studying her face in a way that made Emma feel exposed. But it seems you really need help, and it happens that I'm free on Christmas Eve. You do not have family, friends, a real girlfriend? I do have family, but they're traveling this year. Friends are all busy, and girlfriend. He paused, that strange smile appearing again. No, I don't have a girlfriend. Emma bit her lip. This was madness, complete madness. But she was desperate. I can only pay $5, she said, almost as a test. $5 and nothing more. The man laughed so loudly that a few birds flew from the nearby trees, startled. $5? He repeated, his eyes shining. You want to hire me for $5? Emma felt her face heat up with embarrassment. I know it's ridiculous. Forget it. It was a stupid idea. I accept. Emma blinked. You accept? I accept. $5 is fine. It's fine? Emma shook her head, incredulous. Who are you? Why would you do this? He extended his hand. You can call me Nathan. Emma looked at his hand, then at his face. There was something familiar in those eyes, but she could not identify what it was. Hesitant, she shook his hand. Emma, I'm Emma. Nice to meet you, Emma. The way he said her name, soft and almost intimate, sent a shiver up her spine. Are you sure about this? Emma asked. Because my family is complicated. My mother will ask 1,000 questions. My aunt loves gossip. My father will try to intimidate you, and my sister will roll her eyes at everything I say. Nathan smiled. Sounds fun. Fun? Emma let out a hysterical laugh. You really are crazy. Maybe a little. He took his phone out of his pocket. Give me your number. We need to figure out the details. Our story, how long we've been dating, how we met. Emma gave him the number, still unable to believe this was happening. How long have we been together? Nathan asked, typing on his phone. 6 months? 6 months. And how did we meet? Emma thought quickly. At the cafe where I work in the mornings. You're a regular customer. Cafe, Nathan repeated, and something crossed his face. A shadow, maybe, or a memory. And what do I do for a living? A teacher in high school. He laughed again, that warm laugh that made Emma's stomach twist. Teacher. All right, I can be a teacher. Is there any rule? Emma asked. For this arrangement? Nathan put his phone away and looked straight into her eyes. A few. First, no physical contact besides what's necessary. I can hold your hand, put my arm around you in front of your family, but nothing else. Emma nodded, relieved. Second rule, if you feel uncomfortable at any moment, tell me and I'll leave. No questions, no trouble. Okay. And the third rule, he paused, his smile becoming softer. Just be yourself. You don't need to pretend anything with me. Emma felt her chest tighten. Why was a stranger being so kind? Why are you doing this? She asked again, her voice lower now. Nathan watched her for a long moment, the snow falling between them. Let's just say I have my reasons. He started walking away. I'll text you later so we can plan everything. And Emma? Yes? Everything will be fine, trust me. Then he turned and disappeared among the snow-covered trees, leaving Emma alone in the park with her heart racing and 1,000 questions in her mind. She had just hired a fake boyfriend for $5, a complete stranger, who somehow didn't feel like a stranger at all. Emma barely slept that night. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw Nathan's face. That mysterious smile, those eyes that seemed to hold secrets. And worst of all, the annoying feeling that she already knew him from somewhere. Impossible, she murmured, turning to the side of the narrow bed in her tiny apartment. I would remember a guy like that. Her phone buzzed on the nightstand. 3 in the morning. Emma grabbed it, blinking at the light of the screen. A message from an unknown number. Hi, girlfriend. It's Nathan. Can't sleep because you're thinking of me? Emma almost dropped the phone. Presumptuous, she typed back. But she was smiling. Realistic, came the immediate reply. So should we plan our story properly? I don't want to mess things up in front of your family. Emma sat up on the bed, hugging her knees. Okay, go ahead. First date, where was it? Emma thought for a moment. At the cafe where I work. You ordered a cappuccino and wrote your number on the napkin. Romantic. I like it. She could almost hear him smiling, and I did that because I spilled coffee on your shirt and got all nervous apologizing. You thought it was funny. There was a longer pause this time. Spilling coffee, interesting choice for a story.
Good afternoon po.
No, perfect. Another pause. And when was our first kiss?
Salamat po sa
Can we need
pagbisita.
that? Your family might ask. Right, third date at the park? It was snowing. You like romantic cliches, don't you? Be quiet, you're the one who asked. Nathan sent a laughing emoji. Relax, snowy park is perfect. Anything else I should know? Hobbies? Favorite food? A movie you hate? Emma laughed softly, settling deeper into the bed. I hate horror movies. I love pasta, and my hobby is, well, working because I have 3 jobs. 3 jobs? His tone changed. Emma, don't start, she cut him off. Everyone has their struggles. These are mine. Fair enough. And what else? I need to know my girlfriend. They spent the next hour texting. Emma learned that Nathan supposedly liked jazz, ran every morning, and had a cat named Whiskers. She made up half that information, but he agreed to everything with good humor. When they finally stopped texting, it was almost 5. Emma had to get up in 2 hours for her shift at the cafe. I'm going to regret this, she whispered to the dark ceiling, but she was smiling. The next morning, Emma was behind the cafe counter, yawning every 5 seconds, when her best friend Jessica showed up. You look like you got run over by a truck, Jessica said, sitting on the stool. Double coffee, please. Thanks for the encouragement, Emma grumbled. For making the drink. You always know what to say. That's what friends are for. Jessica grabbed the cup and took a long sip. So what happened? You only look like that when something went very wrong or very right. Emma looked around. The cafe was empty at that hour. She leaned over the counter. I hired a fake boyfriend. Jessica spit the coffee back into the cup. You did what? Shh. Emma made a quiet sign. Don't yell. Emma Carter, you completely lost your mind? Probably. Emma began wiping the counter nervously. But I was desperate. The Christmas dinner is in 2 days, and my mother won't stop sending me messages about showing up alone again. Jessica blinked several times, processing the information. Okay, take a deep breath and tell me everything. From the beginning. Emma told her the whole story. The bench at the park, the desperate yelling, Nathan appearing out of nowhere. The $5. When she finished, Jessica's mouth was wide open. Let me see if I got this right. A random guy, handsome and well-dressed, heard you yelling in the park and offered to be your fake boyfriend for $5? Yes. Emma? What? This is either too good to be true, or he's a serial killer. Emma rolled her eyes. He's not a serial killer. How do you know? Because, Emma paused. Okay, I don't know, but he seemed nice. All serial killers seem nice, that's how they get victims. Jessica, sorry, but someone has to be the voice of reason here. Jessica grabbed Emma's phone. Show me the messages. Emma unlocked the phone and handed it to her. Jessica read the messages, frowning. He's funny, she admitted reluctantly. And he seems, I don't know, polite, but it's still weird. I think it's weird too, Emma confessed. But what choice do I have? Show up alone again and listen to my whole family asking me embarrassing questions all night. Jessica sighed. When are you meeting him before the dinner? This afternoon. He suggested we meet to, how did he say it? Practice being a convincing couple. Okay, that's cute. Jessica handed the phone back. But I'm going with you. What? No. Yes, someone needs to protect you in case he's crazy. Jess, don't argue. Either I go, or I tell your mother you hired a fake boyfriend. Emma's eyes widened. You wouldn't. Try me. You're a terrible friend. I'm the best friend. That's why I'm going to save you from yourself. Jessica finished the coffee and stood up. Send me the place and time. I'll be there, but I'll watch from a distance. If he seems safe, I'll leave. Emma knew arguing was pointless when Jessica made up her mind. Fine, I'll let you know. That afternoon, Emma was at the mall, standing in front of the coffee shop, checking her phone for the 20th time. Nathan had set the meeting for 3 o'clock. It was 3:05. He's not coming, she murmured. Of course he's not coming. Why would he? Talking to yourself is a sign of madness. Emma jumped, turning around quickly. Nathan was there, wearing dark jeans and a gray sweater that highlighted his broad shoulders. He looked even more handsome than she remembered. You scared me. Sorry. He smiled. I got here 5 minutes ago, but you were so focused on your phone that you didn't notice me. Emma felt her face warm. I was just checking something. Sure. His eyes sparkled with amusement. So, ready for our first couple practice? About that. Emma looked around. Jessica was 3 stores away, pretending to look at shoes but clearly watching everything. My best friend is here, to make sure you're not, well, a serial killer? Nathan finished, looking more amused than offended. Something like that. Smart. I would approve of the same if I were you. He waved in Jessica's direction, and she looked visibly surprised. Do you want to call her over for official introductions? Emma blinked. Seriously? Why not? If we're doing this, let's do it right. Emma signaled to Jessica, who walked over with a suspicious expression. Jess, this is Nathan. Nathan, my best friend Jessica. Nathan extended his hand with a genuine smile. Nice to meet you, and thank you for looking out for Emma. It's good to know she has someone watching over her. Jessica shook his hand, studying his face. You look familiar, she said, frowning. Have we met before? Something crossed Nathan's face. Too quick for Emma to read. I don't think so. I have one of those common faces. Jessica didn't seem convinced, but she let it go. She looked at Emma. I'll leave you two to talk. But Emma, call me later. I will. Jessica walked away, but not before giving Nathan one last evaluating look. When they were alone, Nathan laughed softly. She's very protective. She's the best, Emma said. Even if she's annoying sometimes. Good friends are irritating. It means they care. He pointed toward the coffee shop. Shall we sit? We have a lot to talk about before the big day. They sat at a table in the corner. Nathan ordered coffee and Emma ordered hot chocolate. So, Nathan began, stirring his coffee absent-mindedly. Tell me about your family. Who's going to be there? Emma made a face. Get ready, it's a lot of people. Emma took a sip of her hot chocolate and started counting on her fingers. There are my parents, of course. My mom Linda and my dad George. My older sister Catherine, who's bringing her perfect fiance, the lawyer Brandon. My younger brother Tyler, who surprisingly got himself a girlfriend named Melissa. Then there's Aunt Diane, who asks invasive questions. Uncle Charles, who tells the same bad jokes every year. My cousin Amy, who loves making me feel bad about my life. And my grandma Ruth, who's the only normal person in the whole family. Nathan listened closely, a smile slowly growing on his face. Sounds lively. Lively is a polite way to say chaotic. Emma sighed. My mom will interrogate you about your career plans. My dad will try to intimidate you with sports questions. Catherine will compare you to Brandon the whole time. And Amy, Emma paused dramatically. Amy will try to find out how much money you make. She really asks that? Last year, she asked my other cousin's boyfriend how much he paid for rent, in front of everyone, during dinner. Nathan laughed, shaking his head. Your family sounds interesting. Interesting is another polite way to say crazy. Emma rested her chin on her hand. Are you sure you want to do this? You can still back out. And miss the chance to earn $5? Never. His eyes sparkled with amusement. Besides, I handle complicated families pretty well. How can you be so sure? Nathan stayed quiet for a moment, stirring his coffee. Personal experience. My family has its moments too. Emma noticed he wasn't going to say more, so she changed the subject. Okay, let's practice. Pretend you're my dad. Interrogate me. Nathan straightened his posture, cleared his throat, and suddenly his voice became deeper and more serious. So, young man, where did you meet my daughter? Emma had to hold back a laugh. He was perfectly imitating that intimidating, protective father tone. At the cafe where she works, sir. She spilled coffee on my shirt. And you found that attractive? Nathan continued in character, raising his eyebrows. I thought the way she got all flustered apologizing was very cute, sir. Nathan crossed his arms. And what are your intentions with my daughter? Emma burst out laughing. Stop. You sound exactly like my dad. How do you do that? Nathan relaxed back into himself, smiling. Natural talent. Now your turn. You're your mother asking me embarrassing questions. Emma adjusted her posture, put on a worried expression, and exaggerated her voice. Nathan, dear, have you thought about when you're going to get married? Because, Emma is already 27 and the clock is ticking, if you know what I mean. Nathan almost spit his coffee from laughing so hard. Your mom actually says that? Word for word. Last year she gave me a book about freezing eggs for Secret Santa. No. Yes, in front of everyone. My grandma laughed so much she almost choked on the turkey. Nathan was laughing so loudly that people at nearby tables started looking over. Your family is pure gold. I can't wait to meet all of them. You're saying that now. Wait until Aunt Diane asks why you haven't proposed to me yet. She does that? She did it to Amy's boyfriend after 3 months of dating. The poor guy got so nervous he spilled red wine on her dress. Nathan leaned forward, his eyes bright. And what happened to him? They broke up 2 weeks later. Amy said he didn't know how to handle pressure. Charming. Emma shrugged. My family. What can I do? They spent the next hour rehearsing possible scenarios. Nathan turned out to be surprisingly good at improvising, coming up with quick, funny answers for every absurd question Emma invented. Okay, last one, Emma said. You're Catherine, my perfect sister. Judge me. Nathan tucked imaginary hair behind his ear, put on a smug expression, and spoke in a high-pitched voice. Emma, dear, it's so adorable that you finally found someone. Brandon and I are already planning the wedding. Cathedral, 500 guests, honeymoon in France. And you two? Have you thought about the future, or are you still in that phase? Emma clapped her hands, impressed. Perfect, scarily perfect. I watch a lot of movies, Nathan said modestly. Emma looked at the clock and gasped. Wow, it's already 5 o'clock. I have to go. I work at the restaurant at 6. 3 jobs, Nathan murmured, more to himself. You work too much. Bills don't pay themselves. Emma grabbed her bag. But thank you for today. It was fun. It was. Nathan stood up too. So, see you on Christmas Eve? What time should I pick you up? 7 o'clock? Dinner is at 8, but we're always late anyway. 7 is perfect. I'll pick you up at your place. Send me the address. Emma hesitated. About that, my apartment is kind of small and messy, and it's in a neighborhood that's a little... Emma? Nathan interrupted her gently. I don't mind. Send me the address. Okay. Emma typed on her phone and sent the location. Done. Nathan checked his phone and nodded. Perfect. Oh, and Emma? Yes? What color is the dress you're going to wear? Emma blinked, surprised. Why? So I can match my tie. Something warm spread through Emma's chest. He was taking this seriously. Really seriously. Red, she said, feeling her face heat up. I'm wearing a red dress. Red, noted. Nathan smiled. You're going to look beautiful. Emma left the coffee shop with her cheeks burning, her heart beating faster than usual. This was just an arrangement, a $5 deal. Why was she feeling like this? Jessica was waiting outside, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. So? So what? You're in love with him. I am not. Yes, you are. I saw you through the window. You were laughing, blushing, doing that thing with your hair you always do when you're nervous. Emma touched her hair automatically. I don't do anything. You do. And he was looking at you in a way. In what way? Jessica paused, studying her friend's face. Like he already knew you for years. Emma felt a cold flutter in her stomach. You think he looks familiar too? I do. I can't place it, but I swear I've seen that face somewhere. Jessica shook her head. But maybe it's just an impression. Boston isn't that big. They started walking toward the parking lot. Jess, I'm making a huge mistake, aren't I? Probably. Jessica put her arm around her friend's shoulders. But at least it's going to be an interesting mistake. Emma laughed, but inside her uneasiness grew. There was something about Nathan, something she couldn't identify, and the more time she spent with him, the stronger that feeling became. The next morning, Emma woke up to a flood of messages from her mother. Emma, did you confirm you're bringing someone? Is he handsome? Does he have a good job? Please tell me this isn't another case of 3 dates and goodbye. Your sister already picked out her wedding dress. Emma groaned and buried her face in the pillow. 1 day left. One single day until Christmas dinner, and she still wasn't sure if this was going to work or explode in her face. Her phone buzzed again. This time it was Nathan. "Good morning, girlfriend." "Nervous?" Emma typed back. "Terrified. You?" "Calm. I've handled worse." "Like what?" There was a pause before the answer. "Long story. I'll tell you someday." Emma frowned. Nathan was very good at dodging personal questions. Whenever she tried to learn more about him, he changed the subject or gave vague answers. Who was this man anyway? And why, the more she thought about him, the more certain she was that their paths had crossed before. Emma spent the entire day at the cafe completely distracted. She spilled milk 3 times, forgot 2 customers' orders, and almost put salt in the coffee instead of sugar. "Okay, what's going on with you?" asked her boss, Mr. Williams, a 60-year-old man who had worked there for 30 years. "In 20 minutes, you caused more confusion than in a whole year." "Sorry, Mr. Williams, I'm just nervous." "Nervous about what? Someone die?" "No. It's just tomorrow is Christmas and, family dinner." He waved his hand knowingly. "My wife gets the same every year, spends 3 days cooking and another 3 complaining about the relatives." Emma laughed in spite of her nerves. "That's exactly it. It'll be fine, girl. It's just a dinner. What could go wrong?" Emma thought about Nathan, the crazy arrangement, the huge lie she was about to tell her whole family. "A lot of things, Mr. Williams. A lot of things." Her shift finally ended at 5 in the afternoon. Emma ran home, took the fastest shower of her life, and started tearing apart her closet looking for the red dress she had mentioned to Nathan. "Where is it?" she muttered, throwing clothes everywhere. "I know it's here somewhere." 15 minutes later, she found the dress wrinkled at the bottom of the closet. It was simple, with thin straps reaching the knee. Nothing fancy, but it was the only red dress she owned. "It'll have to do," she sighed, hanging it on the door to get the wrinkles out. Her phone rang. "Jessica." "So, ready for the big day?" "Ready is a strong word. Terrified is more accurate." "You'll be fine. Nathan seems nice." "Yeah, but..." Emma fell back on the bed. "Jess, what if my family finds out? What if someone asks a question we didn't practice? What if..." "Emma, breathe. You're panicking." "I am. This was a horrible idea. I should cancel everything right now." "You're not canceling anything. You're going to show up tomorrow with that handsome man, make your family die of envy, and finally have a peaceful Christmas dinner." Emma bit her lip. "What if I like him?" There was silence on the other end. "What? What if I already like him, Jess? We barely know each other, but every time he texts me, my heart races. Every time I think about him, I start smiling like an idiot. It's ridiculous." Jessica let out a soft laugh. "It's not ridiculous. It's human." "But he was hired for $5. That's no basis for a relationship." "Who says it has to be? Enjoy the night, have fun, and then you'll see what happens." Easy for you to say. Emma, you deserve to be happy, even if it's just one Christmas night pretending to have a perfect boyfriend. After they hung up, Emma stared at the ceiling. Jessica was right. She deserved a good night. And whether Nathan was real or not, at least she would enjoy trying. The next day, Emma woke up with her stomach in knots. Christmas Day, the day of the dinner, the day of the big lie. "You can do this," she told her reflection in the mirror. "It's just a dinner, a few hours. You've survived worse." Her phone vibrated. Nathan. "Good morning. Merry Christmas. Ready to meet the family?" Emma typed back with shaky fingers. As ready as someone jumping out of a plane with no training. Such confidence. I like it. Nathan, seriously, if you want to back out? Emma. "I'll be there at 7. Relax." She let out a breath she didn't realize she was holding. At least he seemed confident. The hours went by slowly. Emma tried watching TV, cleaning the apartment, reading a book. Nothing worked. She was officially in full panic mode. At 6:30, she started getting ready. She put on the red dress, light makeup, and pinned half of her hair back, leaving the rest loose. Simple, but presentable. Her phone beeped. A message from her mother. "What time are you arriving?" "Catherine is already here with Brandon. They brought very expensive French wine." Emma rolled her eyes. "Of course they did. Perfect, Catherine." She answered that she'd be there in an hour and prepared herself for more anxious messages. But the phone stayed quiet. At exactly 7 o'clock, the doorbell rang. Emma took 3 deep breaths before opening the door. Nathan was standing there, and Emma had to hold on to the doorknob. He He was wearing black dress pants, a white shirt, and a red tie that matched her dress perfectly. His hair was neatly brushed back, and he was holding a bouquet of white flowers. "Hi," he said, smiling. "You look beautiful." Emma looked at the flowers, then at him. "You brought flowers. For your mother. First impressions matter." Something melted inside Emma's chest. He had thought of everything. "Nathan, you didn't have to. I wanted to." He offered his hand. "Ready?" Emma grabbed her bag, locked the door, and placed her hand in his. It was warm, steady, comforting. As ready as I'll ever be. They walked down the building stairs in silence. Outside, Emma expected to see a taxi or an Uber. Instead, there was a sleek black car parked out front. "Is that your car?" she asked, stunned. "It is. Why?" "Nathan, you're a high school teacher. How do you have a car like that?" He paused, his hand on the passenger door handle. "Family inheritance. I got lucky." Emma wasn't fully convinced, but she let it go. He opened the door for her, and Emma sat in the most comfortable seat she had ever been in. Nathan got in on the driver's side and started the engine. "Your parents' address?" Emma told him, and they began driving through Boston's decorated streets. Christmas lights twinkled in the windows, fresh snow covered the sidewalks, and families walked together wearing hats and colorful scarves. "Emma?" Nathan said after a few minutes of silence. "Can I ask you something?" "Sure." "Why are you so nervous? It's just your family." Emma let out a humorless laugh. "You don't understand. My family has expectations. My sister is a successful lawyer marrying another lawyer. My brother works in tech and makes a fortune. And I work in 3 different places to pay for a tiny apartment and can barely get by. And that makes you less important? To them, sometimes it feels like it does." Nathan stayed quiet, his fingers tightening on the wheel. "Then let's show them they're wrong." Emma looked at him, surprised. "How?" "By being yourself. You're funny, smart, hardworking. Any family should be proud to have someone like you." Emma's heart skipped a beat. "You barely know me. How can you say that?" Nathan gave her a quick glance before looking back at the road. "I know you better than you think." Before Emma could ask what that meant, they pulled up in front of a large, brightly lit house in the suburbs. Cars filled the driveway. Voices and laughter came from inside. "We're here," Nathan said, turning off the engine. Emma looked at the house, then at Nathan. "Last chance to run." He smiled and squeezed her hand. "Not a chance. I wouldn't miss this show for anything." They got out of the car together. Nathan held her hand as they walked to the door, and Emma realized that for the first time in days, she wasn't nervous anymore. Nathan was right beside her, and somehow, that made everything feel possible. Emma rang the doorbell, and seconds later the door opened, revealing her mother, Linda, wearing an apron covered in flour and a huge smile. "Emma, you're here." Then her eyes went to Nathan and widened. "And you must be." "Nathan," he handed her the bouquet. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Linda. Emma talks about you all the time." Emma's mother melted instantly. "Oh, how polite. And you brought flowers. George, come meet Emma's boyfriend." Nathan winked at Emma behind her mother's back, and Emma had to bite her lip to stop herself from laughing. This was going to be an interesting night. George Carter appeared in the hallway, drying his hands on a kitchen towel. He was a tall man with broad shoulders, gray hair, and a naturally serious expression that intimidated anyone. "So you're Nathan," he said, crossing his arms and looking Nathan up and down. Nathan didn't show any nervousness. He extended his hand with a confident smile. "Mr. Carter, it's an honor to finally meet you." George shook his hand firmly, clearly testing him. Nathan didn't pull back. "Strong handshake. That's good. A man needs a firm grip." Emma rolled her eyes. "Dad, stop it. You're not interviewing anyone." "Of course I am. This young man is dating my daughter. I need to know if he's any good." "George," Linda smacked her husband's arm. "Let them come in before you start interrogating him." They walked into the warm house filled with delicious smells. The Christmas tree twinkled in the corner, gifts stacked beneath it. Voices drifted from the dining room. "Your sister and Brandon are already here," Linda said, taking the bouquet to the kitchen. "Tyler and Melissa too. And your Aunt Diane is helping with the food." Emma's stomach tightened. Aunt Diane, this wasn't going to be easy. "Let's introduce everyone," Nathan said softly, squeezing her hand. They stepped into the dining room where everyone was gathered. Catherine, flawless in an emerald green dress, sat beside Brandon, who wore a full suit. Tyler, Emma's younger brother, was laughing at something Melissa said. Everyone stopped and looked at the doorway when Emma and Nathan walked in. Everyone, this is Nathan, Emma announced, trying to sound casual. My boyfriend. Catherine choked on her wine. Tyler's eyes widened. Brandon simply nodded politely. Boyfriend? Catherine repeated, regaining her composure. Since when? 6 months, Nathan answered before Emma could speak. He wrapped his arm around her shoulders naturally. I met this amazing woman at the cafe where she works and couldn't resist. Linda sighed dreamily from the kitchen. How adorable. Catherine narrowed her eyes, clearly suspicious. Funny, Emma never mentioned you. Because I wanted to be sure before introducing him to the family, Emma said quickly. You know how it is. I brought people here before and it didn't work out. That's true, Tyler agreed, standing to shake Nathan's hand. Nice to meet you, man. I'm Tyler, the brother. Nathan, nice to meet you. Melissa waved shyly. Hi, I'm Melissa. It's my first time here too, so we're in the same boat. Emma gave her a grateful smile. At least Melissa seemed nice. Emma, a sharp voice called from the kitchen. Come help me here. Emma made a face. Aunt Diane. I'll be right back. She murmured to Nathan. I'll be fine, he assured her, winking. Emma walked into the kitchen where Aunt Diane was pulling a huge turkey out of the oven. She was in her mid-50s, with bleached blonde hair and a love for gossip that no one could match. So, Diane said the second Emma stepped in. That handsome young man is your boyfriend? Yes. Where did he come from? Because I've never heard you mention anyone. We met a few months ago. I didn't want to get my hopes up. Diane put the roasting pan down and turned around with her hands on her hips. Emma Carter, you are hiding something from me. I've known you since the day you were born. I know when you're lying. Emma's heart raced. I'm not lying. Then tell me everything about him. Full name, job, family. Nathan Miller, high school teacher. His family lives outside Boston. Diane narrowed her eyes. A teacher? With that car you two arrived in? Emma had forgotten about the cursed car. Family inheritance, she improvised. His parents have money. Diane didn't seem convinced, but she turned her attention back to the turkey. Well, he's handsome and polite. That's already more than that last boy you brought. What was his name again? Daniel? The one who only talked about video games. Derek. And it was just one date. He wasn't even a boyfriend. Exactly. This Nathan seems better. Don't let him get away. Emma went back to the dining room and almost laughed at what she found. Nathan was sitting between George and Brandon, the three of them talking about football like old friends. I'm telling you, the Patriots got lucky in that game, Nathan was saying. Their defense was weak in the second half. Finally, someone who gets it, George slapped the table. I said the same thing. Brandon adjusted his glasses, clearly unhappy about not being the center of attention anymore. Well, statistically speaking, Brandon loves statistics. Catherine cut in with everything. Full version, no edits. Ethan took a deep breath. All right, I was born here in Boston. Middle-class family. My father was an accountant, my mother a teacher. I studied a lot, got a scholarship to MIT, and graduated in computer science. MIT? Impressive. It was hard. I worked part-time and studied the rest of the time. I barely had a social life. He gave a small smile. That's why the cafe where you worked was my only luxury. One cappuccino every day. Emma felt a sting of guilt remembering how she barely paid attention to him back then. And after college, I worked for a tech company for 2 years. Saved everything I could. Then I had an idea for an educational program that would help public schools. I quit, invested all my savings, and founded Cole Technologies. And it worked. It took 3 years to really take off. We almost went bankrupt twice. But then we got a big contract with the Boston School District and things started to get better. Emma took another bite of brownie, fascinated. How many employees do you have? 120. Office in Back Bay, another in San Francisco. Wow. It's a lot of work, but it's worth it when I see schools using our programs and students actually learning. Emma looked at him with new eyes. He wasn't the shy boy from 5 years ago anymore. He was a successful, confident man who had completely transformed his life. So why did you agree to be my fake boyfriend for $5? Ethan laughed. Honestly, when I saw you on that bench yelling about needing to rent a boyfriend, it was so you. Dramatic, funny, desperate, in an adorable way. Hey, I'm not dramatic. Emma, you were yelling at the sky asking for help finding a rented boyfriend. Okay, fair. She laughed too. But you could have told me who you were. I know, and I regret not doing that. He leaned forward. But Emma, I wanted you to get to know me as the person I am now, not the boring guy you turned down. You weren't boring. I was. Shy, quiet, no courage to talk properly. You were cute, Emma said, surprising herself by realizing she meant it. I was just too busy trying to survive back then to notice. And now? Emma paused. Now I want to get to know you for real. The real Ethan. They spent the next hour talking. Ethan told funny stories about people at his company. Emma told him about her 3 jobs and the crazy customers at the cafe. There was a guy last week who ordered coffee with almond milk but without almonds. I was like, sir, that is literally impossible. Ethan laughed so hard people at other tables looked over. And what did you do? I gave him regular milk and he didn't notice the difference. You're terrible. I know. Emma smiled. But sometimes it's the only way to stay sane. Ethan's phone rang. He looked at the screen and made a face. Sorry, I need to answer this. It's from the office. No problem. Ethan stepped away to take the call, and Emma used the moment to send a quick message to Jessica. It's going well. He's really nice. The reply came instantly. I told you, now kiss that man already. Emma laughed and put her phone away as Ethan returned. Everything okay? Small crisis at the office. Nothing that can't wait until tomorrow. He sat back down. Sorry for the interruption. No need to apologize. You have a company to run. And you have 3 jobs. Speaking of that, Ethan hesitated. Can I ask you something without you getting upset? That depends on the question. Why do you work in 3 places? Isn't it too much? Emma stirred her coffee, avoiding his eyes. Because I have to. The bills don't stop coming. But you don't get help from your family? My parents have their own expenses. Catherine makes good money but barely talks to me. Tyler is just starting out. Emma shrugged. I manage. Emma, you shouldn't have to handle everything alone. That's life. Some people are born lucky. Others have to work harder. Ethan stayed quiet for a moment. What if I offered you a job? Emma's eyes widened. What? At my company. I need someone to manage communication with schools. You're great with people. Organized, hardworking. You'd be perfect. Ethan, before you say no, let me finish. Fixed salary, benefits, normal hours. Quit your 3 jobs and have a real life. Emma shook her head. I can't accept. Why? Because it feels like, I don't know, like you're doing charity. It's not charity. It's a real job offer. I really need someone in that position. Then hire someone else, someone qualified. You are qualified. You've worked with the public for years. You know how to deal with difficult people. You're organized and dedicated. Ethan took her hand on the table. Emma, this isn't pity. It's recognition. Emma felt tears threatening to appear. I need to think. As much time as you need. No pressure. They finished their coffee in a more comfortable silence. When they left, the sun was setting, painting the sky orange and pink. Can I drive you home? Ethan offered. You can. In the car, Emma looked out the window, processing everything. A real job, fixed salary, normal life. It sounded too good to be true. Ethan, she said when they stopped in front of her building. Thank you for everything. For the coffee, for the talk, for the offer. Are you going to think about the job? I am. And he hesitated. Are you going to think about us? About giving this a real chance? Emma looked at him. At those eyes she now recognized. At the smile that gave her butterflies in her stomach. I'll think about that too. Ethan smiled. That's all I can ask for. Emma got out of the car, but before closing the door, she leaned back in. Ethan? Yes? That brownie really was the best in the city. He laughed. You were right. Emma walked into the building with a smile on her face and hope in her heart. Maybe second chances really did exist. Maybe it wasn't too late to start over. The next morning, Emma was at the cafe serving the first customer of the day when Jessica walked in with a huge smile on her face. Okay, based on your silly smile and the messages last night, I need full details. Now. Emma looked around. The cafe was empty except for Mr. Williams in the kitchen. He offered me a job. Jessica almost dropped her bag. He did what? A real job at his company, communications manager with schools, fixed salary, benefits, normal hours. Emma, that's amazing. Or it's charity in disguise. Jessica rolled her eyes. You and your ridiculous pride, The man is offering you a real opportunity. But what if it's just because he likes me? What if I'm not really qualified? You work 3 jobs at the same time without losing your mind. If that's not qualification, I don't know what is. Emma bit her lip. I'm scared, Jess. Of what? Of this going wrong. The job, the relationship, everything. And then I'll have lost not only a boyfriend, but also a job. Jessica held her friend's shoulders. Or it could go really well and you'll finally have the life you deserve. But you'll never know if you don't try. Before Emma could answer, the cafe phone rang. Mr. Williams answered in the kitchen. Emma, it's for you. Emma frowned. No one ever called her at work. Hello? Emma, sweetheart. It was her mother. Guess what? Mom, I'm working. Aunt Diane is organizing a New Year's Eve dinner, and she wants you to bring Nathan. Isn't that wonderful? Emma closed her eyes. Of course. The New Year's Eve dinner. Mom, about that. My grandma always insisted on getting to know him better. She said she's sure she's seen him somewhere before. Isn't that curious? Very curious, Mom. But listen, so can I confirm? You and Nathan will be there? Emma looked at Jessica, who was making encouraging gestures. I'll ask him and let you know. Perfect. Oh, and Emma, your father wants to invite Nathan to watch a game with him. I think you finally found one the family approves of. When Emma hung up, Jessica was laughing. Let me guess. Another family event? New Year's Eve dinner with the whole family. Again. Then you'll have to decide soon. Either he's really your boyfriend, or you tell your family the truth. Emma groaned. My life was so much simpler when all I worried about was paying the bills. The day went by quickly between work at the cafe, rushing to a restaurant shift, and then to the night cleaning job. When she finally got home at 11 at night, Emma was exhausted. She dropped onto the couch and grabbed her phone. 3 messages from Ethan. Good morning. Have you thought about my offer? No pressure, but it would be great to work with you. Good night. I hope you're having a good day. Emma smiled in spite of her tiredness. She typed back, just got home. Long day. Are you still awake? The reply came immediately. Always. Want to talk? Call or text? Text is fine. I imagine you're tired. Emma settled more comfortably on the couch. My mom called today. She wants us to go to the New Year's Eve dinner. Is that good or bad? Then I don't know yet. Ethan, what are we exactly? There was a pause before the reply. What do you want us to be? Emma thought carefully before typing. I like you. A lot. But I'm scared. Of what? Of getting hurt. Of falling in love and then finding out it was all an illusion. Emma, look at me. Wait, you can't look at me through text. But imagine you're looking. Emma laughed despite her nerves. Imagine. This isn't an illusion. What I feel is real. Yes, it started in a crazy way. But now I just want the chance to make you happy. Emma felt tears in her eyes. You're too good to be true. Or maybe you finally deserve something good. Emma wiped her tears and made a decision. Okay. Okay, what? Okay to everything. The job, the relationship, the New Year's Eve dinner with my crazy family. Really? Really. But there are conditions. Go ahead. First, at work, you're my boss and I'm your employee. Total professionalism. Agreed. Second, we go slow. No rushing. We get to know each other for real. Perfect. Third, you need to meet Jessica officially, as my real boyfriend, not as the fake one. When? How about tomorrow? Dinner with her and her boyfriend? I have a meeting until 7. Does 8 work? It works. Emma could practically feel Ethan smiling through the messages. Emma Carter, officially, would you like to be my girlfriend? Emma laughed, her heart beating fast. Ethan Cole, officially I accept. Best day of my life. You're silly. You're silly guy now. Even sillier. They kept texting until Emma started drifting off on the couch. The last thing she saw before falling asleep was a message from Ethan. Sleep well, girlfriend. See you tomorrow. The next morning, Emma woke up with renewed energy. For the first time in years, she had real hope that things could get better. At the cafe, she told everything to Mr. Williams. So you're quitting the 3 jobs? He asked, sounding sad. Only when the new job officially starts. Healing, I won't leave you hanging. You're a good girl, Emma. You deserve this chance. Thank you, Mr. Williams, for everything. The workday flew by. Emma was so excited that even the annoying customers couldn't bother her. At 8 that night, Emma was sitting in the Italian restaurant with Jessica and her boyfriend Tom, waiting for Ethan to arrive. I'm nervous, Emma admitted. Why? We already know him, Jessica said. Yes, but now it's official. It's real. And that's good. Tom, a tall, quiet guy who worked in programming, looked toward the door. Is that him? Emma turned and saw Ethan walking in. He was wearing jeans and a button-up shirt, looking relaxed and confident. When he saw her, his face lit up. Hi, he said, kissing the top of her head before sitting down. Sorry I'm late. The meeting took longer than expected. No problem. This is Tom, Jessica's boyfriend. Tom, this is Ethan. The two men shook hands. Nice to meet you. Jessica told me a lot about you. Only good things, I hope, Ethan said with a smile. Mostly warnings about what happens if you hurt Emma, Tom replied seriously, though there was a playful spark in his eyes. Ethan laughed. Fair. Dinner was surprisingly easy. Ethan and Tom discovered they both liked programming and started an animated conversation about technology. Jessica nudged Emma under the table. He's perfect, she whispered. I know, Emma whispered back, smiling. When the night ended and they said goodbye to Jessica and Tom, Ethan held Emma's hand as they walked to his car. Your friends are nice. Jessica and Tom, Ethan held Emma's hand as they walked to his car. Your friends are nice. Jessica and Tom, Ethan held Emma's hand as they walked to his car. Your friends are nice. Jessica and Tom, Ethan held Emma's hand as they walked to his car. Your friends are nice. They liked you too. Really? Jessica sent me 3 messages during dinner telling me not to ruin this. Ethan laughed and stopped walking, turning Emma to face him. Emma, I promise to do everything I can to make this work. I promise too. They stood there for a moment, looking at each other under the streetlights, and Emma knew with absolute certainty that she had made the right choice. The next morning, Emma was packing her things to take to Ethan's office when her phone rang. It was Catherine. Emma almost dropped the phone from shock. Her sister never called. Never. Catherine, is everything okay? Hi, Emma. Her voice sounded strangely friendly. I have a quick question. Go ahead. That boyfriend of yours, Nathan or Ethan or whatever name he uses, is he Ethan Cole from Cole Technologies? Emma sat down on the bed. How did you find out? Brandon showed me an article in a business magazine, Boston's most promising young CEO. The picture looks exactly like your boyfriend. Emma didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's him. There was silence on the other end. Emma, you're dating a millionaire and didn't tell anyone. It's complicated. Complicated how? Are you two together or not? We are. But it wasn't always like that. The story is long. Catherine let out a laugh that sounded genuinely impressed. My little sister landed a billionaire CEO. Who would have thought? Millionaire. He's not a billionaire yet. Still, Emma, I know I'm not the best sister in the world, but I'm happy for you. Truly. Emma felt tears in her eyes. Really? Really. You deserve something good. And by the way, he was looking at you at the Christmas dinner. The guy is completely in love. Thank you, Catherine. That means a lot. Just don't ruin everything by being too stubborn, okay? Emma laughed. I'll try. After they hung up, Emma finished getting her things together and took an Uber to the Cole Technologies office in Back Bay. The building was impressive, all glass and steel, with the company logo shining on the front. At the reception desk, a blonde, elegant woman smiled at her. You must be Emma Carter. Mr. Cole is expecting you. 12th floor, last door on the right. Emma stepped into the elevator with her stomach tight with nerves. When the doors opened on the 12th floor, she almost choked. The office was huge, modern, with glass walls and a view of all of Boston. Employees worked at organized workstations, some wearing headphones, others in meetings inside glass rooms. Emma! Ethan appeared from a room, smiling. He wore dress pants and a blue shirt with the sleeves rolled up. You made it! This place is incredible. Let me show you around. He took her hand and guided her through the office. That's the development team. Over there is marketing. And that big room is where we have the weekly meetings. They passed several employees who waved politely. Emma noticed everyone seemed genuinely happy to be there. Where's your office? at the end of the hallway. But first, come meet who you'll be working with. Ethan led her to a smaller room where a woman in her 40s, with curly hair and a bun, was on the phone. When she saw them, she quickly ended the call. Emma, this is Helen Rodriguez, our school projects coordinator. Helen, Emma Carter. Helen stood up with a warm smile. Finally, Ethan won't stop talking about you. Emma looked at Ethan, who was clearly blushing. He does? Every day. Emma is organized. Emma is dedicated. Emma will be perfect for the team. I was starting to think he made you up. Emma laughed. I'm definitely real. And even better in person. We're going to work very well together. I just know it. Helen picked up a folder. Let me show you what we do here. The next hour flew by in a whirlwind of information. Helen explained the programs they developed, the partner schools, the challenges they faced. Emma absorbed everything, asking questions, suggesting ideas. You're good at this, Helen said, impressed. I never thought about doing surveys with teachers before making changes. Well, they're the ones who understand students the most, right? Exactly. See, Ethan, I told you she was perfect. Ethan was leaning against the door, watching Emma with a smile that made her stomach flip. You were right, as always, Helen. After the tour, Ethan took Emma to his office. It was spacious but not flashy, with a large desk, bookshelves full of books, and that incredible Boston view. So, what do you think? Emma turned to him, her eyes shining. Ethan, I loved it. Everything. The people, the work, the energy of the place. So you officially accept? I do, but I need to give 2 weeks' notice at the other jobs. Of course, no problem. He stepped closer, wrapping his arms around her waist. I'm so happy you said yes. Me too. Emma rested her forehead against his. But it still feels like a dream, all of this. It's real, I promise. Someone knocked on the door. Ethan stepped back quickly, and Emma had to hold back a laugh. Sorry to interrupt, said a young man with glasses, but the meeting with the investors is in 5 minutes. Thank you, Peter. I'll be right there. When Peter left, Ethan made a face. Sorry, I completely forgot about that meeting. No problem. You have a company to run. Dinner tonight? To celebrate? I would love to, but I have a shift at the restaurant until 10. Then I'll meet you after. We can get ice cream even if it's winter. Emma laughed. You're crazy. Crazy about you. He stole a quick kiss. See you at 10:30? Deal. Emma left the office floating. She had a real job, an amazing boyfriend. For the first time in years, the future looked bright. During the next 2 weeks, Emma lived in a whirlwind. She gave notice at all 3 jobs. Mr. Williams almost cried when she told him. She spent her nights studying everything about educational technology. And she spent every free minute with Ethan. They went to the movies, and Ethan bought ice with extra butter, just because Emma mentioned she liked it. They walked through the park, even with snow up to their knees. They cooked dinner together in his apartment, which was so big that Emma's apartment could fit inside it 3 times. Do you really live here alone? Emma asked, looking around. Yes, it's too big, I know, but I bought it when the company started growing and never moved. It must be lonely. Ethan pulled her close. Not anymore. Emma rested her head on his shoulder, feeling completely at peace. On New Year's Eve, Emma woke up nervous. Aunt Diane's dinner was that night, and it would be the first time she and Ethan went as a real couple, not as a pretend one. Are you worried about something? Ethan asked over the phone during lunch. What if someone asks about that story with the professor? Do we keep the lie or tell the truth? We tell the truth. No more lies. My family will freak out. Let them. I'll be right next to you. That night, when Ethan arrived to pick her up, Emma was wearing a gold dress she had bought especially for the occasion. His eyes widened. You look, wow. Good wow or bad wow? The best wow possible. On the way to Aunt Diane's house, Ethan held Emma's hand. Ready to face your family again? With you? Always. The house was full when they arrived. Linda ran to hug Emma, then Ethan. George waved from the living room where he watched the game with Tyler. Catherine and Brandon were in the kitchen helping with the food. And then Aunt Diane appeared, her eyes shining with curiosity. Emma? Nathan? Or should I say Ethan? Emma froze. Diane knew. How did you? Dear, I saw the magazine article. That face is unmistakable. Diane looked at Ethan with approval. CEO of Cole Technologies. Impressive. Aunt Diane? Relax. I won't tell anyone yet, but you two should explain it to the family. No more lies, right? Emma looked at Ethan, who nodded encouragingly. Right? We'll tell them tonight. During dinner, when everyone was gathered at the table, Emma cleared her throat. Everyone, Ethan and I have something to tell you. Everyone stopped eating and looked at them. His name isn't Nathan. It's Ethan. Ethan Cole, and he's not a teacher. He's the CEO of Cole Technologies. The silence was complete. Then George started laughing. I knew it. I knew there was something different about him. Wait, Linda said, confused. Then why did you two lie? Emma took a deep breath and told the whole story. The $5 deal, the fake Christmas, the reveal, the real beginning. When she finished, she expected yelling. Instead, Grandma Ruth clapped her hands. Best love story I've ever heard. Much better than those silly TV movies. Catherine laughed too. Only you, Emma, only you could make something this crazy actually work. Linda had tears in her eyes. So you two are really together now? For real? Ethan took Emma's hand on the table. For real, and I promise to take care of her forever. Then it's fine, Linda said. What matters is that you love each other. Emma blinked. Love. They haven't said that word yet, but when she looked at Ethan and saw the way he looked at her, she knew it was true. After dinner, when everyone gathered in the living room to wait for midnight, Emma and Ethan found a quiet moment alone on Aunt Diane's terrace. The view of the city was beautiful, with fireworks already starting to go off here and there, welcoming the new year early. Your family is wild, Ethan said, putting his arm around her shoulders. I warned you. But I like them, especially your grandmother. She's wonderful. Emma laughed, remembering how Grandma Ruth had pulled Ethan aside and said loudly enough for everyone to hear, You hold on tight to this one, girl. A good man like this doesn't show up every day. My grandmother has no filter at all. She's honest. I respect that. They stayed quiet for a moment, watching the city lights. Emma, Ethan said, turning her to face him. Your mother said something today that stayed in my mind. What? About us loving each other. Emma's heart raced. Oh, that. And I kept thinking, she's right. Emma held her breath. She is? I love you, Emma. I think I've loved you since that day at the cafe 5 years ago, but I'm sure I love you now, completely. Tears filled Emma's eyes. Ethan, you don't have to say it back. I just needed you to know. Emma said, smiling and crying at the same time. I love you too, so much that it scares me sometimes. Ethan pulled her in for a kiss that made the world disappear around them. When they pulled apart, fireworks were exploding in the sky. Midnight? Emma asked. We still have 10 minutes. Those are from the impatient neighbors. Emma laughed and rested her head on his chest, listening to his heartbeat. Happy early New Year. Happy New Year, my love. In the months that followed, Emma's life changed completely. She started working at Cole Technologies and discovered she loved the job. Helen became not just a coworker, but a friend. The educational programs they developed truly made a difference, and Emma felt proud to be part of it. She and Ethan stayed professional at the office, but everyone knew they were a couple. And no one minded, because Emma did excellent work. Meeting in 5, Helen called out one day in March. Emma grabbed her notes and walked into the conference room. The whole team was there, including Ethan at the head of the table. Everyone, I have news, he began. We just partnered with 50 more schools in the state. It's our biggest contract so far. Everyone applauded. Emma felt her chest fill with pride. And that's thanks to the incredible work of the communications team, Ethan continued, looking directly at Emma. Especially Emma, who created the presentation that convinced the school board. Emma blushed when everyone turned to look at her. It was a team effort, she said modestly. It was pure talent, Helen corrected. Accept the compliment, girl. After the meeting, Ethan caught up with Emma in the hallway. Dinner out tonight? To celebrate? I can't. I promised Jessica I'd go to her place, girls' night. Tomorrow then? Tomorrow is perfect. But when Emma arrived at Jessica's house that night, she immediately noticed something was off. Jessica was nervous, rearranging pillows that were already perfectly arranged. Okay, what's going on? Emma asked, tossing her bag on the couch. Nothing. Why would anything be going on? Because you're acting strange. Jessica sighed and sat down. Tom is going to propose to me. Emma screamed so loudly that the neighbors probably heard. What? When? How do you know? I found the ring hidden in his drawer. By accident. I was just looking for socks. Jessica, that's amazing. I'm terrified. Why? You love him. I know, but what if I mess everything up? What if I say something wrong when he asks? Emma held her friend's shoulders. You're gonna say yes, because you two love each other, and it's gonna be perfect. Jessica took a deep breath. You're right. You're right. She looked at Emma. And what about you? When is Ethan going to propose to you? Emma blinked. Propose? We've only been together a few months. So what? When you know, you know. Emma shook her head, laughing. One thing at a time. Let's focus on your upcoming engagement. They spent the evening planning what Jessica would wear, how she would react, where it would happen. It was fun and exciting, and Emma went home with a warm heart. But Jessica's words stayed in her mind. Marriage. She and Ethan had never talked about it. The next morning, Emma woke up to a message from Ethan. Change of plans for tonight. Wear something nice. I'll pick you up at 7. Emma frowned. Ethan was being mysterious. She spent the day working, but her mind stayed on the secret dinner. When she got home, she chose a light pink dress and delicate sandals. Ethan arrived right at 7, wearing a suit and tie. You look beautiful. You're very dressed up. Where are we going? You'll see. They drove to an elegant restaurant overlooking the river. Emma had never been there before, but she knew it was extremely expensive. Ethan, this is too much. Nothing is too much for you. During dinner, they talked about everything. Work, family, future plans. Emma mentioned that Jessica would probably be getting married soon. Tom is a lucky guy, Ethan said. Jessica's the lucky one. He's wonderful. Have you ever thought about marriage? Ethan asked casually, but Emma noticed the tension in his shoulders. Sometimes, she said, playing with her napkin. And you? All the time. Emma looked at him, surprised. Really? Really? Ethan took her hand across the table. Emma, I know it hasn't been that long, but when you know, you know. Emma's heart started beating faster. Ethan? Wait. Let me talk. He took a deep breath. You changed my life completely. Before you, all I did was work. I had success, I had money, but I didn't have happiness. And then you showed up, yelling in the park about needing a boyfriend, and it felt like the universe gave me a second chance. Tears filled Emma's eyes. I wasn't planning to do this today. I had an elaborate plan for a few months from now. But I can't wait anymore. Ethan stood up and, to Emma's absolute shock, got down on one knee beside the table. The entire restaurant went silent. Emma Carter, will you marry me? Emma looked at him, at those eyes she knew so well now, at the nervous smile, at the ring he pulled from his pocket. You're crazy, she said, tears falling freely now. Crazy about you. I always have been. We've only really known each other for a few months. And I loved you for 5 years before that. Emma laughed and cried at the same time. My family is going to lose their minds. Let them. Jessica's going to say she knew it. She probably will. And I'll have to plan a wedding, and I have no idea how to do that. Emma, Ethan interrupted gently. Is that a yes? Emma looked at him. The man who had agreed to be her fake boyfriend for $5 and had become her true love. The man who defended her to her family. Who believed in her when she didn't believe in herself. Who loved her with everything he had. Yes, she said, smiling through her tears. Yes, yes, 1,000 times yes. Ethan placed the ring on her finger and stood, pulling her into a kiss while the entire restaurant applauded. When they pulled apart, Emma looked at the ring. It was perfect, simple, elegant, exactly what she would have chosen. How did you know I was going to say yes? She asked. I didn't, but I hoped. He kissed her forehead. I hoped a lot. They sat down again, but Emma could barely focus on the food. She was engaged. Engaged. Can we tell everyone now? She asked, already reaching for her phone. We can, but first, Ethan took the phone from her hand and set it aside. First, let's enjoy this moment. Just the two of us. Emma smiled and laced her fingers with his. Just the two of us. Outside, the city of Boston glowed with lights. Inside the restaurant, a new chapter was beginning for Emma and Ethan. 6 months later, Emma was in her parents' house, standing in her childhood bedroom, looking in the mirror and barely recognizing herself. The wedding dress was simple and elegant, white with delicate lace on the shoulders. Her hair was in a loose bun with a few strands framing her face. Jessica had done her makeup, keeping everything natural and perfect. You look unbelievably beautiful, Jessica said, wiping away a tear. Ethan is gonna faint when he sees you. Stop crying. You're gonna ruin your makeup too. I can't. My best friend is getting married. Linda walked in carrying the bouquet of white flowers. Emma, dear, it's almost time. Oh my. She stopped, hand over her mouth. My baby looks so beautiful. Mom, don't cry too. Too late, Linda was already crying. George, come see your daughter. George appeared in the doorway wearing a tuxedo, and even he, the toughest man Emma knew, had tears in his eyes. You look perfect, sweetheart. Emma felt her own tears threatening. Dad, stop. If you cry, I'll cry, and then all the makeup will be gone. Catherine came in next, wearing her light green bridesmaid dress. The pastor is ready, the guests are seated, and Ethan is up front looking like he's about to have a nervous breakdown. Emma laughed. He's nervous? Completely. He's pacing back and forth. Tyler had to make him sit down. That's adorable. It's ridiculous, Catherine said, though she was smiling. You two are ridiculous and perfect for each other. The music began downstairs. It was time. Emma took a deep breath, grabbed her bouquet, and linked arms with her father. Ready? George asked. More than ever. They walked down the stairs slowly. The ceremony would be in her parents' garden, decorated with white flowers and wooden chairs. The day was perfect, sunny with a light breeze. When Emma appeared at the garden entrance, she saw Ethan turn to look. The expression on his face made her heart stop for a second. It was pure love, complete admiration. She walked down the aisle, smiling at the guests. Helen was there, crying. Tom stood beside Jessica. Grandma Ruth waved a handkerchief. Tyler was with Melissa, and so many other friends and family. But Emma only had eyes for Ethan. When she reached the altar, George kissed her forehead and placed her hand in Ethan's. Take care of her, he whispered. With my life, Ethan promised. The pastor began the ceremony, but Emma barely heard anything. She could only look at Ethan, who held her hands like they were the most precious thing in the world. Ethan, the pastor said, you may repeat your vows. Ethan cleared his throat, clearly emotional. Emma, when I saw you in that park yelling about needing a boyfriend, I thought you might be my second chance, but I was wrong. You weren't my second chance. You were my destiny, my gift, my future. I promise to love you every day, to make you laugh when you're sad, to support you in all your dreams, and to remind you always of how incredible you are, today and always. Emma was crying openly now and didn't care about the makeup. Emma, the pastor encouraged her gently. Ethan, she began, her voice trembling, you agreed to be my fake boyfriend for $5. Best investment of my life. Laughter echoed among the guests. You showed me I deserved to be loved, that my dreams mattered, that I was enough. I promise to love you with all that I am, laugh at your bad jokes, support your crazy ideas, and remind you every day of how much you mean to me. Today and always. The rings? The pastor asked. Tyler stepped forward with the rings. Emma and Ethan placed them on each other's hands, their fingers intertwined. Then, by the power given to me, the pastor announced with a smile, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride. Ethan pulled Emma into a kiss as everyone clapped and cheered. When they pulled apart, he leaned his forehead against hers. Hi, wife. Hi, husband. The reception was perfect. Delicious food, lively music, laughter everywhere. Emma danced with her father, with Tyler, and with Grandma Ruth, who insisted she still had energy for one song. When it was time for the speech, Jessica grabbed the microphone with a huge smile. I met Emma 10 years ago. Back then, she was a hardworking girl determined to make it on her own. And then she did the craziest thing I've ever seen anyone do. She hired a fake boyfriend for $5. Everyone laughed. But that crazy idea turned into the most beautiful love story I know. Emma and Ethan, you prove that sometimes the best beginnings come from the most unexpected places. Wishing you happiness forever. Everyone raised a toast. Emma wiped away tears of joy. Later, when the sun began to set, Emma and Ethan found a quiet moment alone near the tree in the garden. Happy? Ethan asked, wrapping his arms around her waist. Happier than I ever imagined. Who knew $5 could buy so much? Emma laughed, resting her head on his shoulder. It wasn't the $5, it was you. It was always you. They stayed there, holding each other, while the celebration continued around them. The journey had begun with desperation and a wild idea. It had gone through lies, revelations, and second chances. And now it ended here. No, this wasn't the end. This was the beginning again. As husband and wife, as partners, as two souls that had finally found their place. Emma looked at the wedding ring shining on her finger and smiled. $5 had been the best investment of her life, because it didn't just buy a fake boyfriend, it brought her a true love that would last forever. What did you think of Emma and Ethan's story? Leave your thoughts in the comments.
A young girl living in poverty was playing near a corporate building when she overheard two men speaking Arabic about an explosive hidden in a limousine. Realizing the man they targeted was a powerful billionaire, she ran to warn him just before he got into the car. Her courage not only stopped a deadly attack, but also changed her life forever. Before we continue with this story, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and like the video. Oh, and don't forget to comment below where you're watching us from. We love to know that. A little girl about 6 years old walked slowly along the edge of the sidewalk in front of a huge corporate building. Her yellow dress, now stained with dirt and dust, brushed against her legs as she bent down to collect bottle caps one by one. Her small hands were quick, and her eyes scanned the ground for shiny ones she didn't already have. This was how she played. She didn't have toys at home. Instead, bottle caps became her treasures. Some were colorful, others had dents or interesting designs, and she liked to line them up by size and color when she got home. She lived with her grandmother, who always watched her from the window of their small apartment nearby. Her grandmother had fled from a war years ago and brought the little girl with her when she was just a baby. Every morning was the same. The little girl would come here to find new caps, while people in suits rushed into the building and expensive cars came and went without noticing her. But that day, something was different. As she wandered between the shiny luxury cars parked neatly outside the corporate tower, she stopped to look under a car where she thought she saw a green cap. As she leaned closer, she suddenly heard a voice that made her stop moving. It was a language she recognized, Arabic. Her grandmother always spoke it at home, teaching her words and telling stories in that language. She looked up and saw two men standing close to a black limousine. One of them wore a suit and dark sunglasses and seemed like a driver. The other man wore traditional Arab clothes, a long white robe and a head covering. They were speaking quietly, but the girl was close enough to hear them. At first, she didn't understand much. But then, certain words came through clearly, ones she had heard before when her grandmother told her stories about the war. Explosive, leather tunnel, and when he gets in. These words made her stop breathing for a moment. Her small body froze as she realized something terrible was being planned. The girl didn't move. She stayed crouched behind the car, her heart pounding. She didn't fully understand everything the men said, but what she did understand was enough. Something bad was going to happen, and it had something to do with a man, someone who would soon get into that black limousine. She looked around and saw people walking in and out of the building, talking on their phones, smiling, carrying coffee. No one else seemed to notice the men or the strange conversation. She pressed her hand tightly against the hot pavement, her mind racing. She thought about running to tell someone, but she didn't know who would believe a little girl in a dirty yellow dress playing with bottle caps. The men continued talking for another moment, then nodded at each other and walked away slowly, one going toward the limousine and the other disappearing into the crowd. The girl stayed hidden, her small fingers clenched around the bottle cap she had picked up. Then the glass doors of the building opened. A tall man in a sharp blue suit stepped out, adjusting his tie and waving politely to a few people who passed by. The girl had never seen him before, but she could tell he was important. Maybe he was a boss, or even the owner of the company. He walked with confidence, and people seemed to make space for him. He didn't look at her or at any of the parked cars. He was heading straight for the limousine. The driver opened the door and stood waiting. The man in the blue suit nodded as he approached, not noticing anything strange. The girl looked back at the limousine and remembered the words
¿Será que puedo encontrar unos zapatos cómodos ligeros y bonitos. Los Audrey de la marca de Vivaya nos ofrecen unos zapatos cómodos, sin rosaduras, con una plantilla hecha de hierbas que nos aportan transpirabilidad y comodidad para todo el día. ¿Qué esperas para probarlos?
She had heard. Explosive. When he gets in. Her stomach turned. She wanted to shout, to say something, but she didn't know what to do. Her legs felt weak and her chest was tight. She watched every step he took, feeling like each one brought him closer to danger. The girl crawled a little closer behind another car, trying to stay hidden, but also needing to see. She remembered her grandmother telling her that some people will try to hurt others to prove a point or get revenge. She had never really understood that before, but now she was watching something real, something serious. Her small eyes followed the man in the blue suit as he walked around the front of the limousine. The driver glanced around casually, showing no signs of worry. The girl could almost hear her grandmother's voice in her head, telling her stories about what people had done in the war and how important it was to pay attention. She gripped her bottle cap tighter, pressing it into her palm. She wanted to scream, but was afraid. She looked back at the building. No guards were nearby, and the people who passed by didn't seem to notice anything wrong. Time felt like it was moving too fast and too slow at the same time. Just as the man reached for the limousine door, the girl stood up. She was still far away, but her head now peaked above the row of cars. She raised her hand slightly, not sure if anyone would see. She opened her mouth to speak, but no sound came out. She wasn't used to yelling, and her voice felt trapped. The man paused, probably to check his phone, and the girl took one step forward. She looked at the driver, then at the limousine, then back at the glass doors, hoping someone else would notice something, anything. But no one did. She was just a kid. And she knew most people ignored kids, especially when they looked like they didn't belong there. The wind blew lightly, brushing her hair across her face. She took another step and tried again to speak, her voice shaking. Still, nothing came out. She watched as the man finally reached for the door handle. And at that exact moment, the words she had heard earlier rang again in her mind. Leather tunnel, when he gets in, and explosive. It was real. The man in the blue suit was about to get into a car that might be rigged to explode. She felt like she couldn't breathe. Everything around her, the building, the cars, the people, faded into the background as she focused on the limousine. The driver stood still, showing no signs of stress. The man smiled faintly and opened the door. The girl took one more step forward, her heart pounding. She didn't know if anyone else had heard what she heard. She didn't know if anyone would believe her, but at that moment she knew something had to be done. She was just a little girl in a dusty dress holding a bottle cap, but she also might be the only person who knew the truth. The girl didn't wait. As soon as she saw the man in the blue suit moving closer to the black limousine, she ran toward him. Her small legs moved fast, and her sandals slapped against the pavement. She didn't think about what people would say. She didn't care if anyone told her to stop. She knew she had to warn him. When she reached him, she grabbed the sleeve of his blue suit and tugged hard. The man stopped and looked down, clearly not expecting to see a dusty little girl in a yellow dress standing in front of him. His face showed confusion at first, maybe even annoyance. But the girl didn't give him time to speak. She moved closer and whispered quickly, "Don't get in the car. It's a trap." They were speaking Arabic. The man blinked and stared at her. He didn't know who she was or what she meant. Everything about the situation seemed strange, but something in her voice made him pause. He looked at her again, now more carefully. Before the man could say anything, one of the security guards nearby noticed the situation and quickly stepped forward. The guard's face was serious, and his hand was already reaching for the radio clipped to his belt. He was ready to push the girl away or call for help. But the man in the blue suit raised his hand and signaled for the guard to stop. The billionaire, owner of the massive company behind him, looked down at the girl again. "What do you mean, a trap?" he asked, his voice calm but sharp. The girl took a deep breath. She tried to explain everything as clearly as she could. She told him about the two men she had seen near the limousine, the one dressed as a driver and the one in Arab clothes. She told him what they had said, using the same Arabic word.
Si Bunso, dito ng phone niya. Kailangan sa school eh.
Kahit second hand lang sana eh. Pero saan tayo pwede manghiram?
But she had heard explosive, leather tunnel. When he gets in. She said she had learned Arabic from her grandmother, and she knew what those words meant. She looked at his eyes, hoping he would believe her. The man listened without interrupting. His face didn't show panic, but he wasn't smiling either. He asked her once more, "Are you sure?" She nodded without hesitation. Her hands were shaking, but she didn't look away. For a few seconds, everything was quiet around them. The security guard stayed still, watching the girl carefully. Behind them, the limousine waited with the driver standing next to it, holding the door open. The man in the blue suit turned his head slowly and looked at the car. He didn't move closer. He didn't try to check anything himself. Instead, he calmly told the guard, "Let's go back inside." The guard looked surprised, but he followed orders without asking questions. The billionaire gave one last glance at the girl, and then walked back into the building, the guard right behind him. The girl stood alone on the sidewalk, still breathing heavily. She had done what she could. She had told him the truth. But even though he hadn't gotten into the car, she still felt something was missing. She watched the limousine from where she stood. No one else seemed to notice that anything strange was happening. People walked by without looking at the car. The driver stayed next to the door, waiting, not showing any reaction. The girl felt like the moment was frozen in place. Even though the man had listened to her and walked away, she had a strong feeling that it wasn't enough. Her stomach hurt, and her hands were sweating. She remembered her grandmother always saying, "If you know something dangerous and you stay quiet, that's the same as helping the danger." The girl had spoken, but she now felt she needed to do more. She had to find a way to prove she wasn't lying. She looked around again, trying to think. Then she remembered something important. A few blocks away at her apartment, inside the drawer next to the bed, was her grandmother's old phone. It was never used anymore, but she remembered it still had a camera. If she could just bring back a picture or a video, someone would believe her. Without wasting another second, the girl turned and started running. She ran past the people still standing outside the corporate tower, past the parked cars, past the guards at the door. She didn't look back. Her mind was focused only on the phone. Her legs were tired, but she didn't slow down. Her house wasn't far, and she had walked this path many times before. This time, though, she wasn't just going home. She had a purpose. She had a reason. She needed to prove the truth. The buildings passed by her quickly as she ran. She crossed one street, then another, her feet kicking up dust from the sidewalks. Her lungs burned from breathing so fast, but she kept moving. She thought about the man in the blue suit and the words she had heard. She thought about the car, still waiting. What if someone else tried to get in? What if the driver drove away before she came back? She had to be fast. There was no time to waste. When she reached the building where she lived, she took the stairs 2 at a time. She didn't wait for the elevator. The apartment door wasn't locked, and she rushed inside, calling for her grandmother, but no one answered. That was fine. She wasn't here for help. She ran straight to the drawer, pulled it open, and found the phone right where she remembered it. It was old and scratched, but when she pressed the power button, the screen lit up. She opened the camera app and tested it. It worked. She didn't even stop to catch her breath. She turned and ran back out the door, gripping the phone tightly. She moved quickly, pushing past people on the stairs, not slowing down. Her heart beat faster with every step. She didn't know what she would find when she got back. Maybe the car would be gone. Maybe the driver would notice her. Maybe someone would try to stop her. But she didn't care. She had heard something serious, something real, and now she had a way to prove it. And she was going to try. The girl ran as fast as she could back toward the building, holding her grandmother's old phone tightly in her hand. Her heart was still racing, not only from running, but from fear and urgency. She didn't know how much time she had before something terrible happened. When she reached the area in front of the corporate tower again, the limousine was still there, parked in the same place, and the driver stood near. Flagship performance. Go further. By acting calm and normal. The girl looked around carefully, trying not to be noticed. She needed a place where she could listen and record without being seen. That was when she spotted a large stone trash can near the sidewalk. It was big enough to hide her small body. She slipped behind it, crouching down, making sure she stayed out of sight. Her hands shook a little as she unlocked the phone and opened the voice recorder app. She pressed the button and held the phone close, pointing the microphone toward the limousine. She waited, listening to the sounds around her, hoping the men would start talking again. A minute passed, and then she heard footsteps. The same two men from earlier appeared beside the limousine. The girl held her breath. She recognized their voices immediately, the driver speaking quietly, and the man in traditional Arab clothing. They didn't seem worried or rushed. They spoke in Arabic, just like before. The driver leaned closer and said, "As soon as he sits down, the detonator under the seat will be triggered." The girl felt a sharp fear inside her chest, but she kept recording. The sheikh answered, "He won't know what hit him." They continued talking, their voices calm, like they were discussing something ordinary, but the words were not ordinary. The girl heard other terms: contract, data leak, and "it'll be quick." She didn't understand what those things meant together, but she understood enough. This wasn't just something dangerous. It was planned, organized, and real. She made sure the phone stayed steady so the sound would be clear. The men talked for a little longer. Then the sheikh checked his watch and began to walk away. The driver closed the car door and stood silently again. The girl stopped the recording and slowly lowered the phone. She didn't move right away. She stayed hidden for a few seconds, waiting to be sure no one had seen her. Her legs felt stiff from crouching, and her heart was beating so fast she could feel it in her throat. She looked at the phone screen. The recording was saved. She pressed play for just 1 second, enough to hear their voices again. It worked. She had proof, real proof. Not just words she heard, but the voices of the men saying everything themselves. She felt nervous, but also stronger now. She wasn't just guessing or hoping someone would believe her. She had something solid. She peeked around the edge of the trash can one more time. No one was looking in her direction. She stood up slowly, making sure not to draw attention. Then she began walking away, trying to look calm, even though she wanted to run again. Every step she took made her feel like time was running out. As she moved farther from the limousine, she thought about the man in the blue suit. He had listened to her, but he didn't fully believe her, and she couldn't blame him. She was just a kid, and she hadn't had proof then, but now she did. She held the phone close to her chest, as if it was something precious. She knew she had to give the recording to someone who could stop the plan. Maybe the guard, maybe the man himself, maybe someone inside the building. But she also knew she had to be careful. If the wrong person heard what she recorded, they might try to take the phone from her. She walked quickly, but kept her head low. She tried to think like her grandmother would. Stay smart, stay hidden, stay brave. The girl didn't know anything about contracts, data leaks, or detonators. She only knew that a man was going to die if she didn't act. That was enough for her. She didn't look back at the limousine again. She already knew what was waiting there. Her focus now was on reaching safety and finding someone who would listen. She crossed the same street she had run across earlier, but this time she didn't feel tired. The fear inside her kept her legs moving. She replayed the voices in her mind. As soon as he sits down, he won't know what hit him. It'll be quick. She wondered how many people in the building had any idea what was happening outside their doors. Probably none. Adults always assumed someone else was paying attention. But today, the only person who truly saw everything was a 6-year-old girl in a dusty yellow dress. She didn't have power or money, but she had something the men didn't expect. She understood their language, and she had proof of what they said. That was enough to change everything. When she finally reached the corner of the block, she slowed down and took one deep breath. She looked again at the phone in her hand. The recording was still there, saved and real. She knew she couldn't wait long. Something inside her said she didn't have much time before the plan continued, with or without the billionaire returning to the car. She looked back in the direction of the building, even though she couldn't see it from where she stood. She wasn't finished yet. She had done one brave thing, sneaking close enough to record the men. But the most important part was still ahead, delivering the truth before it was too late. And with the recording in her hand, she finally had more than just fear. She had evidence. With the phone in her hand, the girl pushed open the glass doors of the building and slipped inside the lobby. The place was big, clean, and full of people walking in different directions, talking into phones or carrying folders. She felt small there, but she didn't stop. She scanned the room, looking for someone who looked important, someone who might listen. Then she saw a woman standing near the reception desk. The woman wore a beige blazer and had a silver badge clipped to it. Not a security badge, but one that looked official, like someone who worked closely with the man in the blue suit. The girl walked toward her, tugged lightly on her sleeve, and waited until the woman turned around. At first, the assistant looked confused, like she wasn't sure why a child was inside the building alone. The girl didn't waste time. She raised the phone a little and said, "I have a recording. They're going to do something bad to your boss." Her voice was quiet but steady. The assistant frowned, clearly unsure what the girl meant, but something in her face showed she was listening. The assistant hesitated for a moment, like she wasn't sure if she should call security or just walk away. But instead of pushing the girl aside, she took the phone from her carefully. The girl tapped the screen and pressed play. At first there was only silence, then the men's voices came through the speaker, speaking in Arabic. The woman didn't understand the language, but when the word explosive was clearly heard, she froze. Her eyes widened a little. The girl leaned closer and translated quietly, "It's under the limousine seat." The assistant suddenly looked pale. The worried expression on her face replaced the doubt she had a moment earlier. She didn't ask any more questions. She took the girl gently by the arm and said, "Come with me." They walked together across the lobby, past the elevator guards and down a hallway where people stopped talking when they saw them pass. The girl held the phone tightly again, knowing she was finally being taken seriously. The assistant opened the door to a large office. The billionaire, the same man in the blue suit, was inside, talking on the phone. He looked frustrated, pacing slowly, but when he saw the girl walk in with his assistant, he stopped mid-sentence. He told the person on the phone to wait, then hung up without finishing the conversation. He looked directly at the girl, then at the assistant, who handed the phone back to her. "She says she has something you need to hear," the assistant said, still pale. The girl stepped forward. This time, she didn't tremble like before. She started from the beginning, telling him about the men near the limousine, what she heard, the Arabic words, how she warned him earlier, how no one believed her, and how she went home to get the phone so she could prove she wasn't lying. Then she played the recording again. The room stayed silent while the voices played. The billionaire didn't move, didn't interrupt, just listened with complete attention. When the recording ended, he looked up slowly and stared at the girl with a very serious expression. He didn't shout. He didn't laugh. He didn't question whether a child could be right. Instead, he asked quietly, "Are you sure?" The girl didn't look away. She just nodded once. She had already repeated the story so many times in her head that she wasn't scared of saying it out loud anymore. The billionaire stood still for a moment, thinking. He wasn't confused like he had been earlier outside near the car. Now he understood that the warning wasn't just a child's imagination. It was real, recorded, and dangerous. The assistant crossed her arms, waiting for his response, still looking anxious. The girl held the phone tight to her chest again, like it was proof of her courage. She didn't know what the billionaire was going to do next, but she felt something had changed in the room. This time, no one was going to brush her off. No one was going to say she misunderstood, not after hearing the voices for themselves. The billionaire finally took a slow breath and glanced toward the window, where the limousine was still parked outside. Then he turned back to the girl. "You did the right thing," he said, his voice lower than before. He looked at the assistant. "Get security, now, and get the police." The woman nodded and rushed out the door. The girl stayed where she was. She didn't know if she should sit or leave or speak again, so she stayed quiet. The man in the blue suit sat down at his desk, no longer calm, no longer confident like earlier in the morning. He ran his hand across his face, and for the first time, he looked worried. Not about money, not about business, but about staying alive. He looked at the girl again, not like she was a stranger, but like she was the only person who understood what was happening. She didn't smile, and she didn't relax. She knew the danger hadn't ended yet. The recording only proved what she heard, but the bomb was still in the car. The men who planned everything were still nearby, and even though the billionaire finally believed her, she also knew one thing. Now that the truth was out, things would start moving fast, and they had to move before the detonator did. He didn't thank her, not yet, but he didn't need to. The fact that he believed her was enough. He knew he couldn't ignore it, not anymore. The billionaire wasted no time. As soon as the assistant left the office, he picked up a secured line and called someone directly. He spoke calmly, but clearly, using short sentences. The man he contacted was a retired federal agent, someone he trusted with private security matters, a personal advisor who had helped him in the past. The billionaire gave him a quick summary of what was going on and told him to come to the building immediately. Within minutes, the retired agent arrived. He didn't wear a uniform, but his serious face and direct movements made it clear he was used to handling emergencies. The girl stayed in the office with the assistant, while the billionaire and the agent walked quickly through a side hallway toward the security control center. The building had a monitoring room where all camera footage was stored and reviewed. They entered, gave a few quick instructions, and the security staff cleared the area. The billionaire told them what they were looking for. The technicians started scrolling through hours of footage from the lobby, garage, and side entrances. They first looked at footage from that very morning. The camera at the front entrance showed the driver arriving before anyone else. He looked calm, dressed professionally, and acted like he belonged there. He parked the limousine, got out, and checked the vehicle casually. But then, they noticed something strange. At one point, the driver opened the back door of the car, looked around to make sure no one was nearby, and leaned inside for nearly a full minute. There was no reason to do that. It wasn't part of a routine check. Then they rolled the footage back a day earlier. The same man in the same uniform was in the loading dock area, where outside drivers didn't usually go. He walked through like he knew the place. That was another red flag. Then they played video from 2 days ago. It showed the driver arriving before sunrise. There was no one else around, and the building was still locked. He opened the limousine, reached under the back seat, and appeared to place something carefully beneath it. The camera angle wasn't perfect, but the movement was clear. The billionaire didn't speak as he watched, but his jaw was tight. The retired agent leaned forward and said, "That's enough. She was right. This is real." The billionaire nodded slowly. He gave the command to alert the police, but asked them to respond quietly. No lights, no sirens. He didn't want to cause a panic. He then ordered the building entrance to be evacuated, but instead of announcing a bomb threat, which would create chaos, they used a different reason. The assistant made a call to facilities and instructed them to begin a false evacuation due to a reported gas leak. That way, people would leave in an orderly manner without knowing the real danger. Over the next few minutes, the lobby began to clear out. Workers, visitors, and staff exited calmly. Security guards stayed in position, but were told not to mention the real reason. At the same time, the retired agent made another call, this time to the city's bomb squad, who were already on standby after the police had been informed. The bomb squad arrived quickly and quietly. They used an unmarked van and entered from the side of the building. The area around the limousine had been quietly cleared without attracting attention. The driver was nowhere in sight now. He had disappeared, and no one had seen him since earlier in the day. The bomb squad suited up and moved in. They used long rods with cameras and robotic tools to examine the underside of the limousine. One of the team members slowly opened the door, following the exact process they had trained for. Everyone watching from the security room waited silently. Minutes passed, and then the squad leader confirmed what they feared. A real device had been found. It was carefully hidden under the back seat, disguised with fabric and leather, but clearly designed to explode once someone sat down. The detonator was pressure activated. If the man in the blue suit had entered the limousine, the device would have triggered. There was no question anymore. Everything the girl had heard was true. The threat was real. The bomb squad worked quickly to disable the device. They used small tools and a shield to make sure it wouldn't go off during removal. The retired agent watched the entire process through a monitor, staying in constant communication with the team outside. The billionaire stood beside him, arms crossed, not saying much. When the team finally gave the all clear and showed the removed device, there was no relief, only confirmation. This had been a planned attack. The goal had been clear: to kill him in a way that looked like an accident or a tragic event. But now the attempt had failed. The agent said the device would be sent to a lab for further analysis. Fingerprints, materials, and origin might all help identify who was behind the plot. For now, the billionaire gave one last instruction: review every piece of footage from the last week and identify everyone the fake driver had spoken to. The girl's warning had saved his life. Without her, he would have been dead by now. Back in the office, the assistant stayed with the girl, who sat quietly, still holding the phone. She didn't know exactly what was happening, but she could feel that something serious was going on. The assistant finally got a message on her earpiece. She looked at the girl and smiled softly. "They found it," she said. "It was real. You were right." The girl didn't smile back. She just nodded slowly, looking down at her hands. She wasn't happy that she had been right. It had been scary from the beginning, but she was glad she didn't give up. The billionaire returned to the office a few minutes later. He walked straight to the girl and looked at her, no longer seeing her as a child picking up bottle caps. Now, he saw someone who had changed the course of events. "You saved my life," he said quietly. The girl didn't say anything at first, but then she looked up and said, "I just did what my grandmother taught me." The billionaire nodded. The trap had been set, but thanks to her, it wasn't too late. The security team wasted no time. Right after confirming the bomb was real and safely removed, they moved into the next phase, setting a trap of their own. They needed to act fast and smart. The limousine was left exactly where it had been before, parked in the same spot, facing the same direction. On the outside, nothing looked different, but now it was rigged with tiny hidden cameras, microphones, and simulated sounds. A special speaker inside the vehicle played recorded footsteps and muffled voices to make it seem like the billionaire was still planning to use the car. It was meant to fool anyone watching from a distance. Surveillance teams were placed on nearby rooftops, in unmarked cars, and even inside the building. Undercover federal agents had joined the operation, positioned where they could move in quickly. Every movement around the area was monitored. The goal was simple: wait for the attackers to come back and expose themselves. They knew the fake driver might return to activate the bomb remotely, thinking the billionaire was about to get into the car. This time, they would be ready. A few hours passed with no movement. People outside the building returned to work, unaware that a trap was now in place. Only a handful of people inside knew what was really happening. The girl remained in a private room upstairs, out of sight. But everyone knew that none of this would have been possible without her. The security team remained alert. They watched the live camera feeds carefully, scanning for any sign of suspicious activity. Then, finally, just before sunset, the driver came back. He was wearing the same clothes and walked slowly, with a calm look on his face. He stood across the street, acting relaxed, like someone just finishing a shift or checking on a vehicle. But the agent saw everything. His eyes kept moving toward the limousine. He crossed the street slowly and stood near the driver's side mirror. He adjusted it with one hand, while the other slipped into his pocket. The surveillance team watched closely. This moment was critical. That movement could mean he was about to trigger the device. The one he didn't know had already been removed. The man didn't notice that several people around him were agents in disguise. As he touched the mirror again and looked down at his hand in his pocket, a voice shouted firmly from behind, "Hands in the air, now." It was one of the undercover agents. The driver turned, startled, and tried to run. But within seconds, he was grabbed and pushed to the ground. He struggled, but there were too many agents. They forced his hands behind his back and secured him with cuffs. People nearby stopped and looked, confused, not knowing what was going on. The agents quickly moved to shield the area and pull him out of view. At the same time, 2 more arrests happened at the side of the building. 2 men who had been standing near the service entrance were also taken down by agents. They didn't resist. One of them had a phone in his hand, likely connected to the operation. Everything happened fast and in silence, controlled and without creating public panic. The billionaire watched the scene from a security feed inside the building, saying nothing. After the arrests, the agents began questioning the suspects right away. They confirmed that it wasn't just an isolated attack. It was part of a larger international plan involving corporate espionage. The goal was to steal confidential contracts and financial data stored in the company's secure network. The attack on the billionaire wasn't just personal, it was professional. The idea was to kill him, make it look like a tragic accident, and then use the chaos to steal sensitive documents without resistance. The men involved were trained and organized. The driver was supposed to escape immediately after triggering the device. The other 2 were going to enter through the service door once everyone was distracted. But none of that happened. Their plan failed completely. Everything they worked on for weeks, maybe months, collapsed because they didn't expect anyone to hear their conversation. They didn't expect a little girl collecting bottle caps to understand Arabic or take action. The truth had caught up to them. The evidence was collected, and now the operation would be handed over to international authorities. Inside the building, the billionaire sat with his assistant and the federal agent, going over the details of the attempted attack. The agent explained how the suspects had foreign ties and how they used fake identities to get close. Their plan had been advanced, using high-tech tools and careful planning, but none of their technology could prevent what happened. It had been stopped by someone who wasn't even part of the company, someone who didn't wear a badge or carry a weapon. The assistant said, if she hadn't come forward, none of us would have known. The billionaire didn't respond right away. He was still processing how close he had come to death. Then he stood up and said, she changed everything. He asked to see her. A few minutes later, the girl was brought into the office again. She looked tired, holding the same phone in her hands. The billionaire walked over to her and bent down slightly. They were caught, he said. Because of you. The girl nodded quietly. She didn't need a medal or money. She just wanted to know that the danger was over. News of the event didn't spread widely. The police and federal teams made sure it stayed out of the media, calling it a private investigation related to a technical issue. The building returned to normal operations the next day. But those who were involved never forgot what had happened. Security protocols were changed. Background checks became stricter. The company also made internal changes to ensure nothing like that could ever be planned again from the inside. As for the girl, she went back to her normal routine, walking the sidewalks, collecting bottle caps, wearing her yellow dress. But now, people looked at her differently. Some employees would smile when they saw her. Others would wave or stop to say hello. She never said much. She just kept walking, always watching, always listening. Her grandmother told her once that paying attention could save lives. She had proved it. The men behind the plan had been stopped, the trap had been reversed, and nothing had exploded. All of it was thanks to one child who decided not to stay quiet. With the threat removed and everyone safe, the billionaire decided he wanted to know more about the girl who had saved his life. He asked his assistant to find out where she lived. When he heard it was just a few blocks away, in a small apartment with her grandmother, he asked to visit. He didn't bring cameras or a big team, just himself and his assistant. When he arrived, the girl opened the door. She looked surprised, but not scared. Her grandmother, an older woman with a kind but tired face, welcomed them inside. The apartment was small but clean, filled with quiet signs of their life. A stack of folded laundry, old photos on the wall, and a collection of bottle caps neatly lined up on a shelf. The billionaire sat down and asked the girl questions. What she liked at school, what subjects interested her, and what she wanted to be when she grew up. He was surprised by how calm she was, and how clearly she explained everything. She didn't act like most children her age. She had seen something and chosen to act, even when it was dangerous. After talking with them for a while, the billionaire made a decision. He turned to the girl and said, "I want to help you." She looked at him, unsure of what he meant. Then he explained. He wanted to offer her a scholarship, not just for 1 year or one school, but for as long as she wanted to study. School supplies, tutoring, classes, college, even international programs if she wanted them someday. Everything would be paid for. Her grandmother was speechless for a moment. The billionaire continued, saying that bravery like hers shouldn't be ignored, and that someone who could understand a threat, think clearly, and act quickly had a future worth investing in. The girl didn't say much right away. She looked at her grandmother, who nodded with tears in her eyes. Then the girl turned back to the billionaire and asked quietly, "Can I be like the agents who caught them?" He smiled, not with sarcasm or amusement, but with full respect. "You can be whatever you want," he said. The next day at school, something unusual happened. When she entered the classroom, her teacher stopped everything and clapped. One by one, the students joined in. Some of them didn't know the full story, just that she had done something important. Others had heard bits from their parents, but everyone applauded her. She looked down, shy and unsure of what to do. Her teacher smiled and told the class, "Sometimes doing the right thing is hard. Sometimes it's scary. But when someone speaks up to stop something wrong, no matter their size or age, they're showing real courage. The girl sat at her desk, not completely understanding the weight of the words, but feeling something inside, something warm and proud. The other students looked at her differently now, not with jealousy, but with respect. She wasn't treated like the quiet girl anymore. Some of them even asked her to join their group projects or sit with them at lunch. It was a new experience for her, but she didn't let it change her. She still listened more than she spoke and still lined up her bottle caps during recess. Over the following weeks, the offer from the billionaire became real. A lawyer came to speak with her grandmother to help with paperwork. A woman from the education board visited the school to plan special tutoring sessions. The girl was asked if she needed a computer, books, or anything to help her learn faster. She didn't ask for much. She just wanted a dictionary, a notebook, and some headphones so she could listen to recordings in different languages. She had decided she wanted to learn more Arabic and maybe other languages too. Her grandmother helped her set up a study space at home with a desk and lamp. They moved the bottle cap shelf to make room. Some of the neighbors started noticing changes, delivery men bringing supplies, officials stopping by. But the girl didn't brag. She still walked the same path to school. She still helped her grandmother with chores. But now, every time she passed by the corporate tower, she knew that behind those glass doors, important people remembered her name and what she did. The billionaire continued to check in occasionally. He didn't interfere with her life, but sent small updates. A message through his assistant, a note on her birthday, or a new book about problem solving or world history. One day, he invited her and her grandmother to a quiet lunch in his office. They talked about school and her progress. She told him she liked math and reading but didn't enjoy writing long essays. He laughed and said he had felt the same way when he was a child. They didn't talk about the incident again. It didn't need repeating. It had already changed everything. Before they left, he handed her a new ID badge, not one to open doors, but one that said, "Honorary Guest," with her name on it. "If you ever want to visit again, you just show this," he said. She nodded, holding it carefully like another treasure. Her grandmother said thank you again, this time with more emotion in her voice. The billionaire said the real thanks belonged to the girl, and that she had earned everything with her own actions. Even though she didn't completely understand the size of what had happened, the girl knew things were different now. Her grandmother smiled more. Her teacher paid closer attention. Strangers sometimes stopped her in the street and asked, "Are you the girl from the news?" She never said yes or no. She just nodded politely and kept walking. But inside, she felt something stronger. Not pride exactly, but purpose. She knew she had done the right thing, even when it was scary and confusing. That feeling stayed with her. She didn't forget the two men by the limousine, or the moment she chose to speak up. She also didn't forget that the billionaire listened when it mattered most. Everything after that had changed her path. The scholarship, the support, the new chances, they were all because she paid attention and acted when others wouldn't. Her destiny wasn't clear yet, but it was no longer uncertain. She had opened a new door, not with money or luck, but with courage, and that would shape her life forever. With her life transformed after the events that changed everything, the girl never went back to being just the quiet child on the sidewalk. She kept collecting bottle caps for a while, out of habit more than anything, but now she also spent time reading, writing, and asking questions. As she got older, her focus became sharper. She didn't waste time with distractions. She had a clear idea of what mattered to her. She knew what it meant to stay alert, to notice small things, and to act when others froze. As a teenager, she became even more determined. She studied with discipline. Her favorite subjects were languages, history, and political systems. She would stay after class, asking her teachers about international conflicts or how peace treaties were formed. She used the scholarship she had been given to access special programs and materials that most students didn't have. Her teachers noticed how focused she was. She wasn't just learning to pass tests. She wanted to understand how the world worked, how people made decisions, and how those decisions affected millions of lives. One day, during a school project called What I Want to Be When I Grow Up, she didn't hesitate with her answer. While some students said firefighter or doctor, and others picked things like artist or athlete, she wrote clearly, I want to be an intelligence analyst. Her classmates looked surprised, but her teacher smiled, already knowing that her goal came from a place of real experience. She remembered what had happened years ago. That choice wasn't just something random, it had meaning. After school, the girl wrote a short letter and sent it to the billionaire, who had remained in touch throughout the years. She thanked him again for the scholarship and explained her school project. She ended the message with a simple question. Can you help me learn more about intelligence work? A few days later, she received a reply from his assistant. The billionaire had read the letter and was ready to help. He had arranged for her to meet someone, a retired national intelligence agent who now worked in private consulting. The meeting was arranged for a Saturday. The girl wore a clean shirt, jeans, and carried a small notebook. The location was a quiet office building, not far from downtown. The retired agent met her at the front door. He didn't wear a suit or act mysterious. He was friendly but direct. He brought her inside and showed her around the operations center. It wasn't like the movie.
With Shockfight Hosting, we give you the tools you need to launch a fresh multiplayer Minecraft server and fully customizable.
There were no giant maps on the walls or blinking red buttons. Instead, there were computers, large monitors, reports, and people talking calmly. The agent explained how intelligence work was more about information than action. It wasn't just about chasing. People or using weapons. It was about collecting facts, watching patterns, noticing
Hello,
small
good
signs,
evening.
and preventing problems before they became disasters. He talked about how intelligence analysts needed to understand people, their behavior, their culture, their motivations. She listened carefully and took notes. Every new piece of information made her more sure that this was what she wanted to do with her life. After the visit, she couldn't stop thinking about everything she had seen and heard. She read more about intelligence and diplomacy. She began studying the history of conflicts and peace negotiations. She watched documentaries, signed up for online courses, and even started learning another language. With her background in Arabic and now her growing interest in French and Russian, her skills were expanding. A few months later, the billionaire's assistant contacted her again. This time, it wasn't just a meeting. She had been invited to join an international diplomacy and security program for outstanding students. It was a serious opportunity. Only a handful of people were chosen each year. It involved travel, seminars, group projects, and contact with professionals in global security. The girl read the invitation twice, then showed it to her grandmother, who had always encouraged her to ask questions, stay curious, and pay attention to the world. Her grandmother sat down, looked at the letter, and smiled without saying much. The girl looked at her and said softly, I want to protect others, just like you taught me. It was based in a different city, which meant she had to leave home for the first time. Her grandmother packed her bags with care and gave her one final reminder. Use your eyes, your ears, and your heart. Don't forget any of them. The girl arrived and met other young people from different countries. Some were nervous, some overly confident. She stayed quiet at first but paid close attention. In workshops, they discussed international threats, cybersecurity, humanitarian crises, and negotiation tactics. During group simulations, she didn't speak the most, but her strategies worked. She spotted weak points in fake intelligence and offered calm, clear ideas when teams got stuck. Her instructors noticed her sharp thinking and her patience. She didn't rush. She waited for the right time to act, just like she did when she was a little girl behind that stone trash can. What she learned during the program wasn't just theory. It connected with what she had already lived through. She understood why timing, detail, and courage mattered more than anything else. As the program continued, the girl, now a young woman, began writing short essays and reports. She kept a notebook where she wrote about everything: what worked, what failed, what surprised her, and what scared her. She didn't want to become famous or rich. She didn't care about being in charge. She wanted to be useful. She wanted to be in the room where decisions were made, not to tell people what to do, but to help leaders see what they might have missed. Her mentors started giving her more difficult assignments. One of them told her, "You see things others ignore." That became her quiet strength. She remembered how a simple day of picking up bottle caps had changed her life, not because of luck, but because she noticed something strange, listened carefully, and took it seriously. Now her journey was just beginning. There was a long road ahead, with more learning, more mistakes, and more growth. But one thing was already clear. The girl who once warned a billionaire about a trap was becoming someone who could protect many more. And she was just getting started. Now an adult, Emily stood proudly as her name was called during the graduation ceremony. She had completed her degree in international relations with honors. Years of effort, focus, and sacrifice had led to this moment. Her grandmother sat in the front row, smiling, holding back tears. Emily wore the traditional gown, her hair neatly tied, and a simple pin on her collar, the same pin she received during the international diplomacy program. While others took photos, cheered loudly, and waved to their families, Emily stayed quiet. She wasn't thinking about parties or breaks. She was already thinking about her next step. A few weeks after graduation, she received an invitation to join a confidential internship program linked to National Intelligence Services. It wasn't advertised publicly. Only a few selected candidates were chosen each year. She accepted immediately. Her knowledge of languages, political systems, and her earlier experience made her a strong
Kain
candidate.
tayo,
But more
guys.
than that, she had a history, one that connected her to real events, real decisions, and real danger. And now it was time to return to where everything had started. Her first assignment under the new program was unexpected.
Merienda.
She was sent back to the same company where, years ago, she had uncovered a dangerous plot as a child. This time, she wasn't coming as a visitor or a student.
Salamat
She
sa
was there
pagbisita.
as an undercover intelligence intern, operating under a new name and identity. She carried no weapons, wore no visible badge, and blended in with the regular staff. She was placed in the
Ayan po.
communications
Kain
division,
po.
where she had access to certain internal systems and workflows. It wasn't long before she noticed signs of irregular activity, strange login patterns, strange employee interactions, and unusual data access requests stood out to her. Most people ignored these little signs, assuming they were technical glitches or minor mistakes. But Emily knew better. She quietly recorded each case, double-checked names, and cross-referenced shift schedules. She noticed that a small group of employees had no clear background or references. They had been hired recently and had already tried to access high-level information, even though their job titles didn't require it. Emily didn't rush. She followed every step with care. Using her past knowledge of the building, its structure, blind spots, service entrances, and surveillance gaps, she planned a detailed internal report. She presented her findings only to the highest internal security manager, who had clearance to speak with national agencies. A joint investigation was launched discreetly. It wasn't like a movie scene. There were no dramatic confrontations or loud accusations. Instead, step by step, the suspected employees were watched, their online activities tracked, and their communication history analyzed. It was confirmed that they were part of a new international digital espionage group. Their plan was to use their positions inside the company to send sensitive business information to outside contacts. When the time was right, a quiet arrest operation was put in place. Emily coordinated from inside, signaling movements, guiding agents through restricted floors, and confirming identities. When it ended, several individuals were arrested, and a large digital breach was prevented. This time, it wasn't about a bomb under a car. It was about data, but the risk was just as real. After the operation ended and the situation was contained, Emily received a message. The company's top executive wanted to see her. She knew who it was before even opening the email. It had been years since they last met, back when she was a small girl, holding an old phone with a recorded warning. She took the elevator up to the top floor. The layout was different now, more modern, but the atmosphere felt familiar. She walked into the office, and the man stood by the window. He turned, and their eyes met. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then he smiled slightly and walked forward. "Emily," he said, "you've grown." She nodded, standing straight, professional. Her posture was confident, her face calm. She looked nothing like the child he remembered, yet everything about her still carried that same seriousness and focus. "You saved my life twice," he said. Emily looked at him for a second, then replied, "And you gave me one." He nodded, understanding exactly what she meant. There was no need to say more. They both knew how far things had come. He invited her to sit, and they spoke for a few minutes about the operation. He had been briefed, but hearing it from her made it feel more personal. She explained the process, how she had noticed the details, followed them, and helped prevent another major crisis. The billionaire listened with full attention. He didn't interrupt or ask unnecessary questions. When she finished, he leaned back and said, "It feels like the same girl from all those years ago, just in a new form." Emily gave a small smile. "It feels like I never really left this place," she said. He looked at her with admiration, not because of her age, her title, or her position, but because of what she had done. Again, before she left the room, he asked one last question. "Do you plan to stay in this field?" Emily stood and answered, "Yes. There's more to do." He shook her hand with respect, not as a billionaire to a young intern, but as one professional to another. The conversation was short, but meaningful. They both knew their paths had crossed again for a reason. As Emily walked out of the building, passing the same sidewalks where she once picked up bottle caps, she looked around and noticed the changes. The street was busier. The buildings had been updated. But deep down, the core of the place felt the same. She walked past the exact spot where she had once crouched behind a trash can, hiding and recording a conversation that would change her life. Now, she was returning not as a child, but as someone trained, prepared, and focused. Her mission wasn't over. In many ways, it was just beginning. The circle had closed. From the girl who listened to whispers in Arabic to the woman who stopped an infiltration using strategy, skill, and patience. Emily didn't need applause or news headlines. She knew who she was, and she knew what she wanted to do. And wherever her path led next, whether it was to another company, another country, or another operation, she would be ready. Because she had already proven twice that watching carefully and acting bravely could make all the difference. At 49, Emily had become the director of one of the country's leading intelligence agencies. Her journey had been long, filled with study, field work, and years of careful decisions. She had gone from being a little girl who once picked up bottle caps and reported a dangerous conversation to becoming a national security leader trusted with protecting the country. She hadn't taken shortcuts. Every position she held, she earned. And when she became director, she didn't forget her past. One of her first major projects was a new national education initiative she personally designed, called Watchful Eyes. It was a program for schools, built to help children understand how to observe their surroundings, trust their instincts, and report signs of danger, just like she had done when she was a child. The program was not about fear or suspicion. It was about awareness. Trained officers and teachers worked together to guide students in identifying risk without panic. The goal was simple: teach the next generation that they could make a difference, no matter how small they were and no matter their age. The Watchful Eyes program was launched in over 100 schools during the first year. It included interactive classes, real-world examples, and simple tools children could use if they noticed something suspicious. Emily personally visited several classrooms, speaking directly to students. She told them her story, not all the secret parts, but enough to help them understand that being observant and speaking up mattered. Kids listened. Some asked questions, others shared stories of things they had seen but never reported. The program gave them confidence. It also trained teachers on how to listen when a child spoke up and how to act responsibly. Within
Good
months,
evening.
results began to appear. A
Thank
few
you
cases
for
of small thefts were stopped in time. One student warned of a possible threat at a
passing
mall.
by.
And then came the most important case. A young girl named Ava, just 9 years old, noticed two men taking pictures of a restricted area near a naval base while walking home with her grandmother. She didn't know exactly what they were doing, but something felt wrong. She remembered what her teacher had told her during the program. Ava didn't keep it to herself. As soon as they got home, she told her grandmother what she saw. The grandmother didn't ignore it. She contacted the local authorities and gave them all the details Ava had remembered. What the men looked like, what they were wearing, what kind of car they were near. The police took the report seriously, especially because of Ava's calm, clear explanation. They investigated the area, reviewed nearby surveillance footage, and discovered that the two men had used false identities. Their cameras were recovered, and inside were hundreds of images of the naval base's infrastructure. It was a planned data leak, and Ava's attention helped stop it. The information had not been sent out yet. The arrest happened within 48 hours of her report. News of the case spread internally through government channels, and when Emily read the report, she paused for a long moment. It felt familiar, not in a bad way, but in a full circle way. A young girl, a strange observation, the courage to speak and the instinct to act. It was happening again. Emily sent a personal invitation to Ava and her grandmother. They were flown to the agency headquarters and brought into Emily's office. It was a large space filled with maps, secure screens, and a calm energy. When Ava walked in, she didn't know what to expect. Emily stood up, walked over, and knelt slightly to her height. "You're a hero," she said. Ava looked surprised. Her grandmother smiled and nodded proudly. Emily showed them around the office, introduced Ava to some analysts, and explained how the photos she reported could have caused serious damage. "You saw something and you spoke up," Emily told her. "That's what real courage looks like." Ava didn't fully understand everything that had happened, but she listened carefully. Emily handed her a certificate and a small medallion, not for decoration, but as a reminder. She said, "This is for your eyes, for noticing what others ignored." Later that week, Emily made another visit, this time to someone she hadn't seen in years. She went to a quiet retirement home where the billionaire now lived, no longer running companies, but still sharp and full of memory. They sat in a garden behind the building, talking quietly. She told him about Ava, about the naval base, about the photos. about how another little girl had changed the outcome of something dangerous. He listened without interrupting, then smiled gently. It happened again, Emily said. Another little girl saved the day. He nodded and said, it's always the ones nobody expects, just like you. They didn't need to talk much after that. The meaning was clear. The pattern was clear. From her to Ava to whoever would come next. The same instinct to notice, the same courage to speak, and the same result. Lives protected. Before leaving, Emily stood beside his chair and said, you were the first person who listened to me. That changed everything. He looked at her with quiet pride and replied, and now you're the one listening to them. Emily left the retirement home feeling calm. The world was still dangerous. Threats would always exist. But the cycle had begun again, this time with more structure, more support, and more young eyes ready to see what adults often missed. On National Honor Day, Emily stood on a large stage. Government officials, school leaders, students, and families gathered to hear her speech. She looked out at the crowd and took a breath. Then she began. Security doesn't start in offices, she said. It doesn't begin with files or firewalls. It starts with observation. It starts with one person noticing something strange and choosing not to stay silent. She paused, then continued. It starts with watchful eyes and brave voices, like mine, like Ava's. Like so many children in this country who look closely at the world around them and understand that their voice matters. She didn't use dramatic words. She didn't try to impress anyone. She just spoke the truth. After the speech, families approached her to say thank you. Teachers shook her hand. Students asked her questions. She answered them all. For Emily, this wasn't the end of the story. It was the continuation. The idea was no longer just hers. It had grown, reached new people, and started to shape a future where children weren't just being told to behave. They were being taught how to protect. That night, back at her office, Emily sat at her desk. She opened a drawer and looked at a small collection of items she kept close. One of them was the original phone she had used as a child, the one that recorded the first conversation years ago. It didn't work anymore, but it was a reminder. She smiled, placed it back in the drawer, and closed it. Her agency had received more tips from kids in the last 6 months than in the past 5 years combined. Most of them turned out to be harmless, but a few were serious. The point wasn't that every child would save the world. The point was that they knew they could. Emily turned off her screen and looked out the window. The city below was busy. Somewhere out there, maybe another girl or boy was watching something strange, wondering what to do. And maybe, because of watchful eyes, they would say something. The voice that saved a life once had now echoed into hundreds more. And soon, even more voices would be ready, because the cycle had started again, and it wasn't stopping. Finally, we've reached the end of this story. Voices would be ready, because the cycle had started again, and it wasn't stopping. Finally, we've reached the end of this story.